Welcome to a Legalbytes presentation of the Karen Reed murder trial. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel we make sense of the law one bite at a time. If you want more on the background of the Karen Reed case, check out our video on it linked in the description below. But otherwise, you be the jury. Did Karen Reed murder her Boston PD boyfriend John O'Keefe, or is she being framed by local police who Reed says are actually responsible for O'Keefe's death? Tell us what you think. But in the process, the one rule is don't be a dingus. Remember, everyone comes from their own perspective and opinion, and everyone comes to conclusions at their own pace. Agree or disagree, but always respectfully. Okay, let's get into it. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. This is day 20 of the Karen Reed murder trial. Can you believe it's been 20 trial days so far? It's been 84 years. It's been such a long trial, and we're still in the prosecution's case in chief. Oh, wait a second. Hang on. Mic, check. 1 second. For some reason, it went straight to AirPods. There we go. That should be better. Okay. Yes. Sometimes when I change the sound, like right before jumping in, it tells me, or it automatically wants to use the mic in the AirPods. So this should be better. Okay, cool. So yes, this has been a long trial, and we're still in the prosecution's case in chief. When we left off on day 19 on Monday, we left off with Ashley Vaillier from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. We were in photo after photo after photo introduction of all of those broken taillight pieces that they say were found. The prosecution says were found on scene. Whether you think that those were planted there or they were there just hidden under the snow the entire time is up to your perspective. So yeah, it was long though. It was long. So we're about to jump right back into a bunch of that. And hopefully we'll be getting the prosecution kind of, connecting some of those dots for the jury and for us also. It helps us also as we're following along as well. So, but who knows? Maybe we'll just be, right back into the same sort of like doldrums that we were on Monday in the afternoon. So, but we'll see. Alrighty, folks. So we've already got the poll in the chat. Lally tally. Folks are going to ask me, I know. So at the end of day 18, there were 1209 lallies, or not lallies. What if any's? Day 19, there were 84. And there were 85 total in the transcript, but one of them, I believe, was by David Yannetti. So we marked that down to 84. So now the grand total going into day 20 is 1293. 1293 what if any's in this trial. I can't believe it. It's just so wild. All right, folks. So with that, also one thing before we get going. So as you can tell, I have yet another new environment here. So I mentioned at the end of day 19, I think that I would be on Catalina Island for the next couple trial days. So the internet is good when it's good. It's really fast when it's good, but every once in a while it like wants to disconnect me. So hopefully that doesn't happen. But if it does, just bear with me, and we will we'll get back on. It happens occasionally. So we've dealt with internet issues on this channel plenty of times before. My usual internet is does that kind of wonky stuff anyway. So just wanted to put that out there in case something happens. Bear with me, and we'll just jump right back into it. Okay, folks, with that, let's get going, shall we? All right. And as always, questions in the chat. I'll be happy to answer them. And yeah, let's get moving.
Okay. Thank you. May we have mixed fillet, please?
Okay. I'm going to fast forward through this part. The jury just came in. She just made sure that no one did any research. Everybody said no. Sure.
VALL All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Now, Ms. Vaillier, when we had left off the other day, I believe you had just looked at some photos of item 7-16, is that correct? If you recall.
It's been a few days.
That's all, Your Honor.
Yes.
And Ms. Vaillier, I'm going to show you a series of 6 photographs. Ask you to just review those.
All right, so I'm going to remind both of you to keep your voices up. Mr. Lally, when you're facing the witness and you're this close, I guarantee you nobody behind you can hear you.
Understood.
Leandra, thanks so much for being a member for 18 months. 18 months, yeah, 18 months. That's 2 little baby bites. I know, right? Very cute.
And Ms. Vaillier, do you recognize what's in those photographs?
Yeah.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Photos I took of item 7-16.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, the call will seek to introduce in a minute. The next exhibits. Can I just see them, please? No objection.
Okay. I will. Okay. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. No, this is good. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Byte's helping to build a little pillow tower behind me. Yeah, that's good.
Your Honor, for the record, those are exhibits 332, 333, 369, 370, 371, and 372.
Thank you.
Yes, 332 and 333, which skipped over.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I have those published for the jury?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2059.
Yeah.
And Ms. Vaillier, do you recognize what's up on the screen is that photograph, which is now been marked as exhibit 332?
Yes.
Is that one of the items from 7-16 next to the ruler with the measurements corresponding to that item?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2081.
Hezo One, thanks for being a member for 21 months. Please like and subscribe. Thank you for the reminder. Yes, if you are enjoying the coverage, please do like the video. It really does help
Ms. Vaillier,
us.
what's up on the screen is that another piece from 7-16 that's now been marked as exhibit 369.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Vaillier, as far as this particular item is concerned, with reference to sort of the texture of that particular piece of plastic, what, if anything, did you note or observe in reference to that?
I'm sorry, the texture?
I'm sorry, do you have the laser pointer in front of you? Or?
Yes.
Now, as far as the surface area of that particular piece of plastic, how would you describe that?
I mean, there are little dots on it. They're not just like dimples of a sort.
Stippling or dimples of some sort on a piece of plastic?
Yes.
And as far as those stipplings or dimples on the piece of plastic, were those flush with the rest of the plastic? Were they raised a little bit? How were they sort of configured?
I don't recall.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 20. Forgive me, Your Honor. 064. And again, Ms. Lear, what's up on the screen has now been marked as Exhibit 371. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And that is another piece next to a ruler, essentially memorializing its measurements from item 7-16. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Rattlesnake, thank you for rejoining Bike Club. Welcome back.
Ms. Lear, I'm showing you another series of 11 photographs. Ask you to look at those and look up to finish.
Can you tell Mr. Yannetti what those are so he can look at his copies?
Counsel was shown each and every one of the photographs prior to the court coming in today. But I'm happy to give them to counsel as well.
I'm just trying to save some time.
Right, I just need to know the particular evidence numbers at the end.
Rattlesnake, I hope you can join us on Friday for our next members only live stream, 10 a.m. East Coast time. So thank you for rejoining.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Photos that I took of item 7-16.
So additional items contained within item 7-16, is that correct?
Yes.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed during the course of your examination and analysis in regard to item 7-16 in this case?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next 11 exhibits.
Any objection?
I'm not going to have an objection, but again, I just need to know what numbers. Can you just have a moment, Mark?
So I'm really hoping that he pulls in some kind of connection
Thank
about
you.
those dimples on the taillights, because otherwise I don't know why we're focusing in on that.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission,
But
if
he
I
seems
could
to think it's
publish
important.
some of the photos from this packet for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2036. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 373?
That was one of the photos I just looked at.
And as far as the evidence back containing items from 7-16, is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2039. And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 374?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
A photo that I took of item 7-16.
And that would be the entirety of the items contained within that evidence back from the prior exhibit, is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2051. And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
A photo I took of item 7-16.
And in particular, one of the,
Can you speak up a little, sir?
Yeah.
A little bit
Yes.
slower? Thank you.
in particular, one of the red plastic pieces from item 7-16, is that correct?
Yes.
And for the record, Your Honor, that's Exhibit 376.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2053. And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 378?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
One of the photos that I took of item 7-16.
And lastly, from this batch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2055. And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 3 3380.
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
It's one of the photos that I took of item 7-16.
And this particular item up here as Exhibit 380, you describe sort of color, shape, what you observed from this particular item.
That's a piece of red and clear apparent plastic.
So a piece of red plastic with a piece of clear plastic sort of within the same piece. Is that fair to say?
Within the same piece?
Yes.
Apparent plastic, yes.
Thank you.
Oh boy.
Now,
Really quick here. Jeff Huff or how? I'm so sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. Welcome to Bike Club. Very happy to have you here. Hope you can join us on Friday as well for our next members only live stream. And also Honest Mike. Thank you so much for the super chat. Maybe the theory is that Jo took a running dive head first into the reversing car. Maybe he framed Karen. No, of course not. But that is quite the theory, of course.
Ms. Vaillier, if you could describe for the jury again, just as far as the process that
Can we put the lights on, Mr. Lally?
Yes, I'm sorry. My apologies, Ron.
No, it's okay. Thank you.
Ms. Vaillier, if you could explain to the jury again sort of the process that you undertook as far as these various pieces from these various evidence item numbers. What was the process that you undertook as far as doing your comparison?
So first of all, everything is documented. Each item is documented separately with photographs, notes. I put a label with the case number, item number, and then A, B, C, etc. If there are multiple pieces in it, a label on each piece. I look at the photos to see if there are any similarities, dissimilarities, to see if there are any potential pieces to compare. And then if I do think that there are pieces that could be compared, I'll open those items and keep them all separate, and then look at them in real time to see if it does actually look like they could be consistent before I bring them close together. And if it still looks like they could be consistent, then I'll bring them together to see if there is an actual mechanical fit, and then I'll document that and look at it under the stereo zoom.
And the device or the instrument that you're looking at, again, could you describe for the jury again what that is?
So the stereo zoom is also called a stereo microscope. It's a microscope that is on a stand, so you can put larger pieces of evidence underneath it.
Now, as far as that initial sort of looking at things together, are you doing that? How are you sort of organizing that? Is that by item number, by color, or by something else?
I did this by color because it seemed the easiest way to organize all of these pieces.
And then within the individual item number, say just randomly 7-15, for example, are you looking at that? If there's multiple pieces within an item, are you looking at the consistency within the item prior to looking sort of crossing between 715 to 716? Is that the process?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Very long question, very confusing, my fault. So as far as the comparison is concerned, are you looking solely within an item? So if an item has multiple pieces, are you comparing just those pieces within that item first?
As part of my initial examination, when I'm documenting that item, if there are multiple pieces, I'll compare those pieces first.
And then if there are any pieces that are consistent, are you then cross-referencing that item's pieces with pieces from a different item?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm showing you another series of 19 photographs. Just ask you to review those and look up.
I mean, some explanation as to, yeah, like some explanation as to like, you know, the process that they undertook for, you know, for putting together all of these various pieces of taillight together and sort of like piece them together so that you can understand exactly where they came from. That is important testimony to be able to rely on the fact that these are in fact what the prosecution says that they are. They do have to, you know, give some proof for it. The problem is the way in which Lally is going about it is very, very painful. So, you know, whether or not the jury is going to be picking up that information is another question. But, you know, as folks in the chat are watching this and are commenting, like it is pretty painful. This is a pretty painful part of the testimony right here, because it looks like a lot of the same. And it's not really done in a narrative sort of format. It's always more difficult when testimony comes in a way that isn't quite so narrative or doesn't go through questions that are on the jury's minds already, right? On people's minds as they are analyzing this case. And so going through that and sort of in a methodical kind of way that people can follow along. Otherwise, it just kind of feels like, you know, I don't know. It just feels a little bit like you're being thrown data at your face, which is never quite fun. Really quick, let me get some questions answered here. Jerry Roth, who ordered the witness list? Shouldn't all the state police members be up front and not towards the end? Well, not necessarily. I mean, there are a number of ways to do this. My preferred way is to get the story out up front so that the jury has a way of organizing all of the information. And then, you know, having like right after that, I mean, putting all of like I would have rather had all of the first responders answering or, you know, testifying sort of together in this sort of logical kind of timeline format. That's just me. It does seem strange that they're kind of broken up here. I don't know exactly why the prosecution did it like that. Maybe it was a timing issue, or maybe it was just their strategy was to break things up like that. I'm not sure. Dionysia Jaclo, will you merch a t-shirt with important evidence? Pretty please. Yes, I will be adding t-shirts to the merch store as well, so that we can get those out as well. So that definitely will be up this week for sure. Mr. Baker, what would happen if a juror fell asleep? I mean, they would obviously be woken up. Would the judge say anything to the presenting lawyer? No, most likely what would happen is the judge would have basically a really quick recess. That's often what happens is a judge basically says, let's take a quick 10-minute recess. And basically the indication is like, we need people to wake up for this. Judges never want jurors to fall asleep, of course, as you can imagine. Let's see, Daniel Evans question, could all of this actually be good evidence, but the delivery makes it seem terrible? It could be good evidence, but the problem is, you know, and we've talked about this a lot in this trial, is, you know, you've got to make it engaging enough so that people have the ability to pay attention. It's not so much about making it entertaining, making it flashy. It's about being able to hold the attention of the jury. And that's an important thing, because if you can't do that, they're going to miss some very important points that you're trying to make in front of them. So yeah, there could very well be good evidence that gets missed by them because it's presented in a way that is incredibly dull and just completely lulls them into the back of their own minds. And Baz 80s, as soon as the chain of custody is broken and undocumented, isn't this all pointless? She could say, yes, this hit J.O.'s head. We have no idea when or where, so pointless. No, I mean, not necessarily pointless. You first have to, you know, agree that there are enough issues with the chain of custody that you don't trust any of this. And the jury might disagree with that point. So the prosecution is still going to want to be putting on all of the points on the board that they possibly can for every step of the process, you know, because that it's not necessarily a lost cause for the jury. I mean, after all, there are people out on social media who believe that this is all all like, the prosecution's case to lose, essentially. That the evidence is there, and that this points strongly in favor of convicting Karen Reed. Sheena Ford, are tank tops an option for some merch shirts? Yes, there is an option for that. So I will be adding that too. All right, folks, let's continue with the testimony. Gonna fast forward through this part a bit.
Those photographs, Ms. Vaillier,
I do.
and what do you recognize them?
These are photos from my case of either within the same item that had a mechanical fit that I'd then taped together, or of mechanical fits from between different items.
May I approach your honor?
Yes.
I'll move to seek to introduce in a minute the next 19 exhibits.
No objection, but have I seen those yet?
Morning.
Right,
I was going to hand them to you after their remarks.
that's fine.
Okay, fast forward again.
May I speak with counsel for 1 second?
All right, talking to counsel.
If I could just ask, as far as
Also, how are these not on?
your analysis was concerned with reference to each of these items, if I could, excuse me, just ask you some questions about that. Starting first with item 3-1, that was the passenger side taillight housing, is that correct?
I believe so.
And you analyzed pieces of that along with the sort of housing unit itself, is that correct?
So, oh, do you mean like there was like the taillight, and then there were smaller pieces also in the
Correct.
print? Yes.
And you took measurements of the various pieces that you observed?
I did.
And did you record those within your notes?
I did.
Do you recall what those measurements were?
Not without looking at my notes.
With the court's permission, may the witness refer to our note?
Yes. The witness is ready, Mr. Lally.
And what were those measurements?
Do you want all of them?
Just in yes. I mean, first starting with reference to the taillight housing assembly.
Okay, so the taillight I called piece A in this case, and it measured approximately 14 inches by 9 inches by 8 1/4 inches.
And then which of the pieces that were contained within that sort of taillight evidence bag did you compare to the taillight housing itself?
So there was a lot of like very, very small pieces that I took pictures of, but they're very, very small, so they were not suitable for comparison, so I didn't look at those. There were some larger pieces that I did that were suitable for comparison, so I did look to see if they fit in with piece A.
And with regard to that analysis of whether or not they fit in with piece A, which of those pieces did you find did fit?
So amongst item 3-1, let's see. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Piece A and piece B fit together mechanically, and then piece A and piece F fit together mechanically.
F is in Frank.
F is in Frank, yes.
It may be pretty apparent, but if you could, Ms. Vaillier, just expound upon what you mean when you say they fit together mechanically.
So when things break, they break in a unique pattern. Like it's pretty different every time. So a mechanical fit is bringing two things with broken edges together to see if they were originally part of the same item. See if they if the broken edges align. And if they do, then that's a mechanical fit.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-5, you looked at those various pieces together as well, is that correct?
I believe so.
And were there any 3 pieces in total from 7-5, so A, B, and C, is that correct as well?
May I look at my
Yes.
notes? Yes.
And what, if any, match did you find with within item 7-5?
There were no mechanical fits amongst those 3 items or 3 pieces of the item.
And with reference to item 7-6, there were 2 pieces, A and B, within that, is that correct?
May I? Okay. Yes.
And were there any physical matches within those 2 pieces of item 7-6?
No.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-8, do you recall how many pieces were contained within that?
If I may look at my. There were 14 pieces.
And of those 14 pieces, they were each compared to each other, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, mechanical fit did you find between the pieces contained within 7-8?
So pieces C and D were found to fit together mechanically, and then pieces E and F were found to fit together mechanically.
Your Honor, may we approach, please?
We are muted. Okay, let's fast forward through this part.
Three pieces from that, is that correct?
Go ahead and,
Okay.
you know what, Mr. Vaillier, you can just look the whole time.
Okay. Sorry, could you repeat your question?
So how many pieces were contained again within item 7-9?
3 pieces, 7-9,
Yes.
3 pieces.
And what, if any, physical matches did you find contained within that item 7-9?
There were no mechanical fits.
And with reference to 7-10, how many pieces?
1 piece.
And with reference to item 7-11, how many pieces contained within that?
6 pieces.
And what, if any, physical matches did you find contained within 7-11?
There were none.
In 7-11, how many different colors of pieces were contained within 7-11?
There was black, red, and colorless apparent plastic.
Now, with reference to item 7-12, how many pieces were contained within that?
There were 14 pieces.
And of those pieces, again, how many different colors or how many different colors of pieces were within 7-12?
They were all colorless.
And from those, what, if any, mechanical fits did you observe or did you find within item 7-12?
Okay. So there were 3. Do you want me to say all the pieces that fit together?
Please.
Okay. So pieces B, C, D, F, and K all fit together. Pieces E and I fit together. And pieces M and N fit together.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-13, how many pieces were contained within item 7-13?
3 pieces.
And how many different colors of items were contained within 7-13?
It was red and black apparent plastic.
What, if any, physical matches did you find within item 7-13?
There were none.
Turning your attention to item 7-14, how many pieces were contained within that?
There was 1 piece.
And what color was that one piece?
It was colorless.
And turning your attention to item 7-15, how many pieces were contained within that?
There were 8 pieces.
And as far as those 8 pieces, how many items were of different color? What color were they?
They were red and colorless apparent plastic.
And of those 8 pieces, what, if any, mechanical fits did you find within them?
So piece F and piece H were found to fit together.
And turning your attention to item 7-16, how many pieces were contained within 7-16?
There were 7 pieces.
And of those 7 pieces, what, if any, differences in color were the 7 pieces within 7-16?
It was red and colorless apparent plastic.
And of those pieces, what, if any, mechanical fits did you find within 7-16?
So pieces A, C, and D fit together mechanically.
Now, with reference to those pieces, once you did those inspection from or analysis from the individual items, what, if anything, did you do with those individual items with reference to the taillight housing?
So before even comparing it to the taillight, I compared all of the questioned items to each other. So that's the 7-5 to 7-19 to see if any of those pieces would fit together. And amongst those, I was able to make 5 larger pieces that I called piece 1 through piece 5.
It's like watching grass grow.
And of those larger pieces,
Feel bad for this witness.
Which of those larger
More
pieces
than
were you
anything.
able to mechanically fit together prior to comparing them to the taillight housing?
Sorry, can you?
From your analysis of those larger pieces and analyzing them together with other larger pieces, what, if any, opinions did you draw? What, if any, conclusions did you come to as far as your analysis of those pieces?
So for the larger pieces amongst like the different items that fit together mechanically, I can see that those items were once a part of the same unit.
And so I guess what I'm asking, Ms. Vaillier, is with reference to, say, item 7-6 or 7-5, or the items in and of themselves, which of those items were you, if any, were you able to find mechanically fit with each other?
Amongst sorry, are you asking me like which specific items made up like piece 1?
Correct.
Okay, I can. Okay. Okay, so piece 1 contained pieces from items 7-5, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-13, 7-15, and 7-16.
And then, so based on their mechanical fit, what, if any, conclusion did you draw in reference to those several items?
That those specific pieces from all of those items were at one time together as part of a larger unit.
Exhilarating.
And what, if any, comparison or analysis did you do of items between item 7-15 and item 7-16?
So pieces from item 7-15 and 7-16 were part of piece 1. I could look through my notes and see if they're a part of any of the other pieces that I fit together.
With the court's permission.
Okay.
You know what? We can 1.25x. Let's do it.
Okay, so piece 2 consisted of pieces from item 7-15 and 7-16.
And then with reference.
And really, really quick here, Oliver Olson, thanks so much for the super chat. This case honestly essentially fails at a clear and convincing evidentiary standard, much less beyond a reasonable doubt. Why isn't it dismissed? Well, They've done a good enough job in the pleadings leading up to this. So, but I do agree there's a lot of reasonable doubt here, and this doesn't feel like it's moving things forward all that much. I mean, especially because it's not really disputed like that those pieces came from Karen's car, that they came from her SUV. The issue is from both sides is when and where did those end up in that spot, right? So the defense is saying, sure, those are from Karen's car. The issue is that according to them, Trooper Proctor is the one who placed them there, or maybe one of the Alberts or something like that. That essentially someone who was in on the conspiracy, which I don't think that they're alleging that every single person who's testified is in on the conspiracy, but a handful of people that had opportunity to do material things to change this. That's the defense's theory here. So, this idea of these pieces fit and all of them fit together and all of them therefore, show that they came from Karen Reed's SUV. I don't even know if we're going to see a cross-examination on this. If we don't, that's going to be another power move by the defense.
To item 7-6 and 7-11, what if anything did you observe between the pieces of those?
Okay. So piece 3 consisted of pieces from item 7-6 and 7-11.
And similar to what you had described before with 7, 15, and 16, as far as them mechanically fitting together, and now I'm talking about 7-6 and 7-11. What, if any, conclusions did you draw in regard to that?
That those pieces from item 7-6 and item 7-11 were at one time together as a larger unit.
And then as far as item 7-8, 7-9, and part of 7-16, what, if anything, were you able to do with reference to those?
So piece number 4 consisted of pieces from item 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16.
And as far as mechanically fitting those pieces together, again, what, if any, conclusions did you come to in reference to those items 7, 8, 7, 9, and 7-16?
That those pieces from item 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16 were at one time together as a larger unit.
Now, lastly, with reference to this, in reference to item 7-12 and 7-14, what, if any, analysis did you do with reference to pieces from those items?
Sorry, which item?
7-12 and 7-14.
I have item 7-11 and 7-12 that fit together for piece number 5.
And Your Honor, with what's now been marked as exhibits 384 through 402, if I could ask to publish some of those to the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2069. And Ms. Vaillier, do you recognize what's up on the screen as now exhibit 384?
I do.
And what are we looking at here?
Within item 7-16, those are pieces that were mechanically fit together.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2096. And Ms. Vaillier, do you recognize what's now been marked as exhibit 386?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
So that is what I called piece 1. So the piece that is made up of apparent plastic pieces from many of the different items.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just zoom in a little onto the middle of that photograph.
What exhibit number is this, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, this is
Okay,
386.
so now we can start to see these pieces put together.
And from sort of this zoomed in version of 386, Ms. Vaillier, are you able to now see some of the stickers or the evidence stickers that you put labeling each of these pieces?
Yes.
And you could just using the way to point out the jury's attention where those would be in this photograph.
So these labels right here are the labels that I put on each piece individually when I initially examine it. So all of the little white labels.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2097. Ms. Vaillier, do you recognize what's up on the screen? What is now been marked as exhibit 387?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's still piece 1. It's just from a different angle.
See, now this is a little bit more interesting.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2101. And Ms. Vaillier, you recognize what's up on the screen now that has been marked as Exhibit 390?
I do.
What are we looking at here?
That's still piece one from another photo taken from another angle.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2103. And Ms. Lear, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now been marked as Exhibit 392?
I do.
What are we looking at as Exhibit 392?
That is another angle of piece one.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2107. Ms. Lear, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 395?
I do.
And what are we looking at in Exhibit 395?
May I look at my notes?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. So that is piece two.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2110. Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little bit on the stickers on this photograph. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now been marked as Exhibit 398?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
That is piece three.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2111. And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom into the stickers. Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 399?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is piece four.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2113. Again, if you could zoom in just a little. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen now that's been marked as Exhibit 401?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
That is piece five.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So, Ms. Vaillier, earlier I'd put before you another 23 photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted in those 23 photographs?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's comparisons between item 3-1 and piece one.
And item 3-1 again was the tail light. Is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court's Commonwealth would seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
Okay.
All right. Whoa. Okay, I'm glad that was temporary, that noise.
These photographs for the jury.
Yes.
Fuel and Ivis, welcome to Bike Club.
Photograph 2156.
Very happy to have you here. Thanks for joining.
Blair, do you recognize what's now up on the screen has been marked as Exhibit 403?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's one of the photos comparing item 3-1 and piece one.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2125. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 411?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's the contents of item 3-1.
That's prior to you. At what stage of this analysis or comparison process is that?
So that's when I initially looked at item 3-1.
Thank you. If I may have a moment.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2150. And Mr. Laird, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 431?
I do.
And what are we looking at in 431?
So on the left is item 3-1, piece A, and then on the right is piece 1.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2151. And Mr. Laird, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 432?
I do.
What are we looking at in 432?
That is piece 1 on top of item 3-1 in mechanical fit.
Is that the mechanical fit that you were talking about earlier in your testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Understood. Thank you. So, Mr. Laird, in reference to those items that you testified to earlier in item 3-1, the taillight housing, what, if any, conclusions regarding those items as far as a physical match? What, if any, conclusions did you come to?
That item 3-1 and the pieces that make up piece 1 were at one time together as a larger unit.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
All right. We made it. Hooray. We made it. Before we move on to potential cross-examination, let's get some questions here. Sonia D, if KR is proven innocent and there is a trial for the Alberts, can they use the third-party excuse to blame KR even if she was already proven innocent? Could they use her as a witness? Potentially. Possible. Doesn't mean that it's a winning argument, because if she's already been acquitted, that is something that could potentially come in, I believe. Janet G, Legalbytes, we can see a little bit of baby bite belly today. Love it. I know. Yeah, from this angle, you can kind of see the top of the belly. Just Jessie OMGs having her prove they're not all fitting. So how is this helpful or hurtful? Well, at the end, this still kind of came together, as you can see. Dave Beatty, question, couldn't they have stipulated to most, if not all of this? This is painful. Glad I'm not on the jury. I'd probably be held in contempt of court for my nodding dog impression. Well, but here is another good point, though. Is it allowed for Mike Olson, is it allowed for the defense to tell the jury that KR declined pleading? Actually, sorry, not this one. Where is, sorry. One second here. Here we go. Chelsea D, could the defense have stipulated to this, but chose not to because it's so incredibly boring that jury will tune out and resent prosecution for wasting time? Yeah, I mean, there's something to the possibility of the defense to just allow the prosecution to bore the jury. They probably could have stipulated to this, but why? When that gives the prosecution the opportunity to bore the jury and kind of lull them to sleep. Why not? Mike Olson, is it allowed for the defense to tell the jury that KR declined pleading offers and what the details in the offer was? For example, if Karen takes the stand? No. Buttercup 203, why a power move? Like defense can't be bothered. Yeah, so if the defense doesn't cross-examine this witness, that's a power move, because it's basically saying this, like, we don't care about the testimony of this witness. It doesn't bother us. There's nothing for us to attack. Now they might, however, and I think someone else pointed this out as well. Let's see here. Oh, did I not catch this one? But somebody else pointed out in the chat earlier also that, they might do some light cross-examination here if they choose to, just to talk about, like, well, you don't know where this all came from, right? Like maybe just some very pointed cross-examination here. Draco Amy, question, did the jury have notes in front of them of what all these numbers represent? How are they supposed to understand this? They are not given any sort of handouts from the prosecution. That's not allowed. They're allowed to take their own notes as they go along, but yeah, they don't get, like, not in court anyway. Afterwards in deliberations, they can take a closer look at all of the evidence that's been admitted. But yeah, they don't get like sheets given to them right now so that they can follow along, in that way. Just Jesse question. So what part of John's body specifically are they saying made contact to shatter the light like that? I don't know. They still have not made that point, which would be a very good thing for the prosecution to point out, because Carrie Roberts testified that there was a hole in the tail light, but she testified that it was a small hole in the tail light. And also we've seen photos from that morning. It didn't look this shattered. It didn't look like there was this much that was off of the tail light. I do agree with that. So, I'm not sure if the jury is going to be following along with this, or, on the other hand, though, is the theory of the framing theory, is that too much for the jury to follow along with on that one? I don't know, but it doesn't look like, it doesn't match up with the photos that we've seen that the prosecution has introduced from the morning of the 29th. Rita D, Legalbytes, could the relatives and friends next be charged if Karen is found not guilty? Depends on the statute of limitations. I have not looked at the statute of limitations for murder in Massachusetts, but potentially, assuming there's no SOL issue. Hussar 1683, thanks for the super chat. We made it through that like one hair on the bumper. Exactly. We didn't think we could do it, but we did it. Okay. All right. Let's continue on. Is there, okay, there's a sidebar here. Something tells me we're going to see a cross-examination then.
Good morning.
Yep, there we go.
You have testified that when evidence comes into the crime lab, it's given crime lab evidence or item numbers, correct?
It's given a case number, and then each piece of evidence gets its own individual item number.
Okay, and if you just keep your voice up, because we want to make sure that the last jurors here can hear you. Consistent with that policy, the evidence that your lab received in this case was also given those item numbers, correct?
Correct.
So I'd like to ask you about one particular item number in this case, 7-18.18. Would you agree with me, and feel free to check your records, but would you agree with me that that was the item number given to, quote, debris from orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt, end quote?
You can go ahead.
Okay.
We're going back to normal speed.
And again, it's 7-18.18.
Debris from orange t-shirt 7-17 and gray long sleeve shirt 7-18-JO.
Terrific. Item 7-18.18 did not include the orange t-shirt itself, correct?
No.
But that was given a different item number, which was 7-17?
I believe so.
And 7-18-18 also did not include the gray long sleeve shirt either, correct?
I didn't look at 7-17 or 7-18. I only received the debris from.
Okay, well, yeah, that's my point. So with regard to the orange t-shirt and the gray long sleeve shirt, those were given separate item numbers, and you examined what was the debris allegedly from those shirts, right? 7-18.18, correct?
Correct.
And that debris consisted of different categories, did it not?
There were different things inside of it, yes.
Yes, different categories of things, correct?
I'm sure.
All right, so one category was dirt and debris, correct?
Yes.
You did not test the dirt and debris, correct?
Correct.
Another category was, or were, I should say, several apparent hairs.
Yes.
And you did not test those hairs, correct?
Correct.
That's interesting.
And another category, I believe you've already testified to, consisted of several pieces of red apparent plastic and one piece of clear apparent plastic that measured 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. Is that accurate?
Okay, so there were several pieces of red apparent plastic, and then one piece of clear apparent plastic measuring approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. Yes.
Okay. And I apologize for continually reminding you, but I'm just mindful that everybody needs to hear you. So to the best you can, if you can just keep your voice up, I'll try to do the same. So when those several pieces of apparent red plastic and one piece of apparent clear plastic came into your possession, those pieces were obviously not embedded in either shirt when you examined them, correct?
I don't know. I didn't examine the shirt.
Well, so to my question, the pieces that you saw were not embedded in a shirt when you examined them, correct?
Correct.
And again, that's because you never took possession of any shirt in this case, correct?
Correct.
The pieces were loose and they were not embedded in anything, correct?
The pieces were, well, I examined the debris from the shirt. I don't know what the person who packaged it did to collect that.
Okay. And so it goes without saying that you never saw those pieces on either the orange shirt or the gray long sleeve shirt, correct?
I did not.
And you obviously had no control over how the evidence was handled before it came into your possession, correct?
We have a chain of custody in the laboratory, but I did not follow the evidence as it went through the chain.
Okay, and we'll talk about the chain of custody in a minute. Before this evidence came into your possession, you did not witness who seized it, correct?
Correct.
You did not witness who handled it, correct?
Correct.
Before it came into your possession, you don't know who had access to that evidence, correct?
So all of our evidence is stored in locked facilities.
Right, but I guess let me modify that question. Before it came to your lab, you don't know who had access to that evidence, correct?
Correct.
You also don't know, before it came to your lab, whether the shirts in question were at all times kept separate from the red or clear plastic pieces of, well, I said pieces of plastic that were in the possession of certain members of the state police, correct?
Correct.
The chain of custody at the crime lab started with noting the state trooper who actually delivered the evidence to your lab, along with the date, correct?
All right, could you repeat the question?
Sure. The chain of custody at the crime lab starts with noting which state trooper delivered the evidence to your lab and the date that he or she delivered it, correct?
Or a crime scene responder, but the person who drops off the evidence to the laboratory, yes.
Okay. And in this case, which particular state trooper delivered the orange t-shirt and gray long
From Michael
sleeve
Proctor.
shirt to your crime lab?
I don't know.
Well, which state trooper delivered the pieces of red and clear plastic pieces, I should say, that you just testified about?
The item 7-5 to 7-19?
Right. The several pieces of red apparent plastic and one piece of clear apparent plastic measuring 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. That's what I'm referring to.
Wait, sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes. You understand what I'm talking about, right? In terms of the several pieces of red apparent plastic and then the one piece of clear plastic that you have the measurements for?
You're talking about the apparent plastic that I noted in the debris of 7-18.18?
Correct. Which state trooper was it that delivered that?
Do you know?
Sorry, that's like that's an odd question.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if you want her to repeat it, Ms. Deity. Go ahead. You have to repeat that, please.
So evidence is
No,
submitted to.
what you just said that he missed.
Oh, I said that's kind of an odd question.
Oh, not for me.
So
Do you have a record of that?
a record of what?
A record of which state trooper delivered that debris to the lab?
So it wouldn't be delivered as like debris. It would be delivered as the individual piece of clothing, which then got assigned item 7-18, I believe. And then as someone analyzes it, each offshoot of that piece of evidence gets a 7-18 point something. So the debris collected from that shirt is 7-18.18.
Okay, all right. Listen, when those several, actually, let me strike that. Get to where I was.
I mean, it should be notated somewhere.
Take your time, Mr. Yannetti.
Like this, Yannetti
Okay,
also
so
could.
I want to confirm with you that when you
Pull
were
up the
assigned
receipt.
to this case, you were aware that the date of the incident was January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
All right. And it's your testimony that you don't know which state trooper delivered the shirts to the lab, correct?
I could look at my notes because I have a printed chain of custody.
Sure. If you would check your notes for that, please.
Yes, please check the notes. We just want the answer.
Okay, so submission 7, which is everything that's item 7- in this case, was submitted by Trooper Michael Proctor, I believe.
Okay. That was the answer to my
Okay.
other question.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you.
all know that was going to be the answer.
How long after January 29th of 2022, according to your records, did Michael Proctor deliver that clothing to the crime lab?
It was delivered on March 14th, 2022.
Okay, so about 6 weeks or so after January 29th, is that accurate?
How is that possible?
Sure.
Given that your lab received this evidence on March 14th.
Okay. Yeah. How is it possible? I need an explanation from the prosecution as to why this was turned into the crime lab 6 weeks after the incident. 6 weeks after January 29th. That's ridiculous. Like even 6 days would be a long time, I think. But like, maybe he was at the hospital. They took some time to get his stuff from the hospital, but like, that's weird. That is weird. I need an explanation from the prosecution on that one. And this is why they need to call Trooper Michael Proctor so that he can explain these things. And if there is this kind of question that is brought up by the defense here on like, okay, what kind of funny business is happening with Trooper Michael Proctor bringing in this evidence 6 weeks after the incident? If the prosecution does not produce Trooper Michael Proctor to answer those questions, that's going to look shady. That's going to look to the jury like they are hiding him, like they are hiding having to answer these questions. So like that just increases the reasonable doubt in this case. So again, we've got to hear from Trooper Michael Proctor. If the prosecution doesn't produce him, they've got some really big problems in this case. Okay, let's continue.
15th of 2022, you can't testify to the chain of custody of the clothing or the pieces of plastic prior to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And except for the tail light housing that was seized by Maureen Hartnett, except for that, your chain of custody at the lab for the 2 shirts plus the pieces of plastic in 7-18.18, that began on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
So between January 29th of 2022 and March 14th of 2022, you do not know what Michael Proctor did or didn't do with the orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, I'd like to discuss with you, if I might, Michael Proctor's submissions of the pieces of plastic that you've testified about. Your lab received from Michael Proctor several different evidence bags containing red, clear, and black pieces of plastic, correct?
Correct.
Some of those evidence bags contain relatively small pieces of plastic in them, correct?
Correct.
And some of those evidence bags contained larger pieces, right?
Correct.
The evidence bags that you received listed the dates of recovery of those pieces of plastic, did they not?
I believe so.
And the evidence bags that you received also listed the officer who recovered the plastic pieces, right?
Let me guess. It's
I
Proctor.
believe so.
And again, when you receive those evidence bags, whatever numbers are on them, your lab assigns them your item number, correct?
Correct.
So I'd like to ask you first about item number 7-8. Do you have a record of that?
Yes.
Now, that evidence bag, item number 7-8, contained multiple pieces of red, black, and clear pieces of plastic, correct?
Okay.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Thanks. Okay. Contained 14 pieces of red, black, colorless, and silver-colored apparent plastic. Yes.
Okay. And the date of collection was February 3rd of 2022?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Also, really quick, I thank you so much for the super chat. So many plot twists that need explaining that will probably never be explained. Makes me think this was written by the hack who wrote Lost. Yeah, it's got a bit of a Lost feel, right? Where are the others? Where's the smoke monster? They're coming up. They will be revealed in the defense's case in chief. The polar bears and the smoke monster, they're all coming up on the next episode of the Karen Reed trial.
Item 7-8.
Yes.
February 3rd, 2022.
Okay, and that was, if you have that in front of you, that was also collected by a trooper named DeChico, correct?
Oh, yes, correct.
I may approach you, Honor?
Yes.
So I show you a photograph. Can you identify what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the handwritten label on item 7-8.
That would have been the evidence bag that your lab received and gave item number 7-8 to it, correct?
Correct.
And that appears to be an exact, photograph.
I don't think
of the
there's an
actual bag.
objection to it, so we
Yeah,
can
that's
just put
true.
it in.
Okay. May I offer that, Your Honor?
Sure.
Exhibit 435. Thank you.
May I display that for the jury, Your Honor?
Okay.
And this is that is what I just showed you on the screen, correct?
Correct.
That's where it's indicated what the date of collection was and which trooper collected it, correct?
Correct.
All right, we can turn the lights on for a minute. And you would agree with me that that date, February 3rd of 2022, was only 5 days after the January 29th blizzard, correct?
I don't recall the dates of blizzards, but
Oh, okay. Well,
sorry.
let's put it the date of the incident. You would have
Okay.
previously testified that was January 29th, correct?
correct.
All right. And February 3rd was 5 days after that, right?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to show Exhibit 279, please, which is 3 days.
Okay.
Now, Exhibit 279, which is displayed on the screen now, this is one of the photos taken of some of the contents of item 7-8, is it not?
That's the entirety of the contents of item 7-8.
Okay. You would agree with me that those were the pieces that were inside that evidence bag, labeled February 3rd as the date of recovery, 5 days after January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you see that there are some relatively small pieces that were allegedly found on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, Your Honor,
Really quick, the Rubber Duck 77. Thanks so much for the super chat. With Lost, the writer of the entire series was different than the writer that ended the series. Funny enough, still seems to apply to this case. Nice.
I'm continually showing photographs. We can turn the lights on and off, whatever the court's preference
So
is.
you can just tell the court officer when you want the lights turned,
Okay, all right. So they get turned on for like a question or two, and then I turn them back off. But
however you want to do it.
that's fine. All right, so I'd like to contrast some of those pieces with some of the pieces that were found days and weeks later by Michael Proctor. And I'd like to start first with item 7-13. This is, I'd like to display Exhibit 343, which, Mr. Bates, is item 5. Okay. You were previously asked about Exhibit 343, which is now displayed on the screen.
Yes.
And that is the first evidence bag submitted by Trooper Proctor, is it not?
So in mine, sorry.
And you know, let me rephrase that. He submitted evidence bags all at one time, correct?
Yes.
All on 314. So when I said the first evidence bag, I meant the earliest date of collection. I should have asked it that way. February 8th of 2022.
Sure. I don't know all of the dates that each item was collected on.
Okay. But in any case,
Really quick, guys. I'm going to be right back. Talk amongst yourselves like 2 minutes. Sorry about the break. All righty. Right back on track. Sorry about that, guys.
Those, according to the evidence bag that you received, the contents of that bag, which were, again, pieces of plastic, correct?
Pieces of apparent plastic.
Pieces of apparent plastic. Those were found 5 days after the pieces that you previously testified were found by the Chico, right, on February 3rd?
Correct.
All right. And February 8th was now 29th, correct?
Correct.
I have displayed Exhibit 346, which is 5A. Okay, looking at Exhibit 346, you will agree with me that this particular piece found on February 8th by Trooper Proctor was quite a bit larger than many of the plastic pieces that had been found by Trooper DeChico 5 days earlier on February 3rd, correct?
I mean, there were a variety of sizes of pieces on the other one, but that is what is that, approximately 4-ish inches?
Right, but my point is, Exhibit 346, what's displayed, that plastic piece, is quite a bit bigger than the small pieces that were contained in DeChico's collection, correct?
Then some of those pieces, yes.
Okay. Now I'd like to move on to item 7-15, and if I could show
Interesting
Exhibit
point.
352, please, which is item 8, Mr. Bates. Okay, item 7-15, the evidence bag that supports that lists the law enforcement officer who recovered the plastic pieces as Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And the date of recovery of those pieces was February 11th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And again, hearkening back to DeChico's evidence bag from February 3rd, this is now 8 days later that these pieces are found, correct?
Correct.
And it's now almost 2 weeks that these pieces are found after January 29th, right? 13 days?
Correct.
All right, if I could show Exhibit 355, which is 8A, Mr. Bates. You would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 11th is also quite a bit larger than those small pieces that were contained in Trooper DeChico's evidence collection, correct? On February 3rd?
Correct.
All right. I'd like to move on to item 7-16,
This is
which is number 9.
interesting.
What exhibit number is this? Mr. Chairman?
And this has not yet been introduced, so I'm about to introduce it. In fact, why don't I do that first?
Okay.
If I can approach the witness.
Sure. And there's no
Sorry. Oh, wait.
objection to this, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'll just have the witness identify it and then offer it. Do you?
Okay, really quick before he continues on. Yeah, we got a little bit of an internet instability. I apologize for that, but it'll go away. All right, let's see here. Jason B, thanks so much for the super chat. Alan Jackson seems to be doing on the cross of all the co-conspirators to help distinguish who's in on it for the jury. That's an interesting point. Very, very, very perceptive of you. And also Sandy, member for 21 months. Thank you so much for being such a long-standing supporter of the channel and also one of our awesome mods. Please hit like and subscribe. Thank you so much for the reminder. Yes, if you are enjoying the stream, please do hit the like button and subscribe if you want to continue watching with us. Absolutely. It does help to push all of these videos out to the YouTube algorithm gods. And also, Sandy gifted 10 Legalbytes memberships. Thank you so much, Sandy. So kind and generous to do that once again. Brittany Pratt, DeMajor LDN, Echebilin Yuxakaya, Edward Perez, Burley Sullivan, Pesky Pirouette, Laquaria, Debbie Plum, Gamer Ducko. You've all been gifted memberships by Sandy. So welcome or welcome back to Bike Club. Very happy to have you guys here. And let's get one question while we're at it. Pitbull Crew. So there were different taillight pieces from the original bag. Yeah, it seems like it. It seems like it. All right, let's continue. Oh, hang on. I think Mr. Bites may have come with some coffee real quick. Give me 1 second. Yep. All right. So, okay, let's continue on with this cross-examination.
Well, recognize what that photo depicts that I've handed to you?
I do.
What is it?
The handwritten label from item 7-16.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay,
Exhibit 436.
thank you.
Okay, so if I can display Exhibit 436, which is number 9.
Sure.
And again, you just identified that as the bag supporting item 7-16, correct?
Correct.
That also lists the law enforcement officer who recovered the plastic pieces as Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And the date of recovery of those plastic pieces was February 18th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
So Trooper Proctor is now finding these pieces over 2 weeks after the smaller pieces were found by Trooper DeChico, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
February 18th is nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, is it not?
Correct.
All right. If I could show Exhibit 380, which is 9A, Mr. Bates. You would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 18th is also quite a bit larger than those smaller plastic pieces found by Trooper DeChico on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
This one appears to be about 11 centimeters long, approximately.
Sure.
All right. If I could show Exhibit 376, which is 9B, Mr. Bates. Okay. And you would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 18th is also quite a bit larger than those smaller plastic pieces found by Trooper DeChico back on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
In fact, that appears to be larger than the piece that you just identified in Exhibit 380, correct?
The one that was just on the screen?
Right.
Yes.
This one appears to be maybe about 18 centimeters long. Does that seem accurate?
I mean, it's longer than the ruler.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, see, I would understand. I mean, I understand that the prosecution is saying, well, there was a lot of snow and the snow eventually melted and that's how they found all these other pieces. But it makes more sense for the first pieces to be found to be the bigger pieces. And then the ones that eventually are collected over time are the ones that are like smaller and smaller pieces. Like that makes more sense, right? Because first you pick out the ones that are like the ones that stick out more. Like how does a piece like this that is this big, how does that get missed even in the snow? Because we just heard from Trooper O'Hara the other day, who was testifying about the methodical way in which they went through the entire area that they were directed to find all these pieces, and they found these little pieces. If they found those little pieces in the snow, and granted, it sounded like they were searching for like a couple hours as opposed to like an entire day, but how do they find those little pieces and not these big pieces at the same time? It doesn't make sense to me how they would find those little ones as opposed to the big ones. So, but at the same time, I don't think that the defense wants the jury to think that even those little pieces are there legitimately, right? Because they want them to think that all of them are planted. Because even if a few of them are, even if a few of them were there legitimately, that still indicates that her taillight hit something in that spot, which would be an indication of her taillight hitting John O'Keefe. So, the defense still has to, make that point and convince the jury that all of them are planted. But this definitely introduces the question of like, okay, but if they're, if some of these appear to be planted, why would they go that far to plant some of them if they, if the other ones are legitimate, or is this an indication that someone like Trooper Michael Proctor went back and said, it's not enough to just find a few pieces there. We need all of these big pieces to be found, so to speak, at the crime scene. I don't know. But this does look strange. This does look strange. I'm not going to lie. It doesn't seem very logical to be finding bigger pieces later, even with the snow melting and all of that kind of stuff. Because these are some huge pieces that appear to have been found 6 weeks later. It's like 6 weeks. I can understand several days that, some of them will show up. You go back, you search a few times, you send Trooper O'Hara and the other CERT guys a couple days, in a row, and then they go back and they continue to find pieces. That's one thing. 6 weeks. That's crazy. And also the fact that all of these pieces that were collected on days between February 3rd and March 14th, and all of them were dropped off on the 14th. Did I hear that right? Because if that's the case, also, who's holding on to this evidence for so long? Where is the evidence sitting? It's not locked away in the Massachusetts State Police, locker like they're supposed to be. Where was that evidence sitting for 6 weeks? These are questions, like I said, that have to be answered by the prosecution. And if they don't produce Trooper Michael Proctor to answer those questions, that is reasonable doubt. There's reasonable doubt that is growing as a result of that. So, and as I say, or as a lot of people will say, sunshine is the best disinfectant. Ali Nakipoglu, I hope I pronounced that correctly. Thank you so much for the super chat. And there was less snow to find the larger pieces early on as well. Right. Like in the actual, couple hours after he was found, right? Because it was continuing to snow throughout the day. So there's something here that it doesn't feel like it's adding up to me personally. And I don't know how you guys are feeling about this. I know that reasonable minds can differ. People can disagree. But that's just how I'm seeing this right now. This is very strange. Thank you so much for the super chat. I get that this looks sus, but what's the theory? Proctor planted some and kept a bunch to bring in later because, the theory would be that those pieces were still on the actual taillight until Proctor had, gotten access to it, broke those pieces and eventually collected them. I'm not sure exactly. I'm not entirely sure, but that's what it seems to be from the defense is that these are just not legitimate pieces that were actually there that day, that they were later collected and placed elsewhere. Owner Bekmezci, I hope I pronounced that correctly, gifted 10 Legalbytes memberships. Thank you so much. So kind and generous of you. Thank you so much. So let's see. Sean McCutcheon, David Case, Veronica B, Sarah, Karina Richard, Stanislav Zakrevsky, Jamie McGee. You have all, and Carolyn, you have all been gifted memberships by owner Bekmezci. So welcome back to Bike Club. Very happy to have you all here. Thank you so much again, owner. Very kind and generous of you. Alrighty, let's get back to this cross-examination. Yannetti's making some really good points here. And once again, this also is another example of the prosecution just putting the potentially jury to sleep, if they're feeling the way that we're feeling watching this, right? Like it's just like death by photo introduction of all of these pieces of evidence. And now we feel like we're getting a narrative. Now we feel like we're getting a story on cross-examination. You know, it once again, it happens. This defense is a really, really good defense. Karen has hired some very great lawyers here. Okay.
And finally, if we could show Exhibit 378, which is 9C, Mr. Bates. You would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 18th is even larger than the last one that we just saw, correct?
In length, yes.
Okay. This appears to be about 19 centimeters long.
I mean, longer than the ruler that's up there.
Okay.
But I have the actual measurement in my notes.
Sure. Well, and the precise measurement's not important. I'm just getting at the relative comparison. This one's certainly quite a bit larger than the smaller pieces found by Trooper DeChico back on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
This larger piece of red plastic, like the previous two that you just identified, were all found on February 18th, about 3 weeks after January 29th, correct, according to your records?
Correct.
And regarding these last three evidence bags, labeled item number 713, 715, and 716 in February of 2022, from February 8th to the 18th, those were all plastic pieces collected by Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to collecting those pieces,
You turn the lights on, Ms. Giannetti?
yes, I'm sorry,
Okay. And we can take that down, please?
yes. In addition to collecting those plastic pieces on all those different days, Michael Proctor was also the person to hand deliver those last three evidence bags, all on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you do not know what Michael Proctor did or didn't do with those evidence bags of pieces of taillight prior to March 14th of 2022 when your lab received them, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain it. We've already asked that.
Now,
But point taken.
the taillight of that Lexus sits in the housing of the Lexus, the taillight housing, such that part of the taillight faces the rear of the car and part of the taillight loops around and faces the passenger side of the car, correct?
Sure.
Right? Because it's on the corner.
Sure. Yeah.
You'd agree with me that once you received the final pieces of taillight from Michael Proctor on March 14th, or once your lab received that, you were then able to piece together a majority of the taillight, correct?
So I wasn't assigned this case until later. Once everything had already been submitted to the laboratory.
Right. So it was true that after Michael Proctor submitted these pieces of taillight on March 14th, it was after that that you were able to do the reconstruction that you testified about, correct?
Correct.
If I could have Exhibit 432 displayed, which is image 2151, Mr. Bates. That is the reconstruction, the final reconstruction that you were able to do, correct? You would agree with me that there's one section of that taillight that was missing completely, correct?
Correct.
And that
That'd be funny if it was, I mean, this isn't going to happen, but like, if Yannetti says, well, you know, we just so happened to search Trooper Michael Proctor's home and we found those pieces of taillight in his home. Dun, dun, dun. It's all like a Scooby-Doo ending. It's not going to happen.
missing section is noticeably visible in your reconstruction, is it not?
Yes,
And do you still have that laser pointer there?
I do.
Would you please point to the section of taillight that's missing? Okay. Appears to be a hole on the upper left side of that exhibit.
Is that a question?
Yes, it actually was. I should have said right or correct, but I didn't.
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me, and if we could zoom back out, Mr. Bates, you would agree with me that the portion of taillight that you did not have was strictly on the rear side of the taillight, if I can call it that.
I am not sure what orientation that goes on to a car.
Okay. But in any case, to this day, you do not know where the pieces that make up that hole are or what happened to them, correct?
I do not.
I may have a moment.
Okay.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Okay,
Your
redirect.
Honor. Now, Mix Vaillier, in reference to item 7-17 and 18, the orange t-shirt and the gray sweatshirt, fair to say you never actually physically saw those items, correct?
The clothing? No, I did not.
Now, the debris that was provided, are you familiar with how that process or who got those debris items from those clothing items?
I can look at my notes and tell you who submitted it or who transferred it to our unit.
If you could.
Your witness is ready, Mr. Lally.
I'm sorry. And from your review, who was that person?
Maureen Hartnett.
Now, as far as the 1/8 of an inch by a 1/16 of an inch red and clear apparent plastic pieces that you observed within that debris, that was mixed in with other debris as far as dirt, fibers, things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch pieces that were contained within that debris, is that something that you observed visually or microscopically or both?
So visually, I take overall pictures of the debris, and then I'll look through the stereo zoom to see if there's any anything that looks different, and then I'll take a picture of that. So that is what I did. I looked through the stereo zoom.
Now, as far as the collection of evidence, fair to say you don't know who was a trooper, who was there when they were collected, how many troopers were there when it was collected, anything to do with that, fair to say?
Yes.
And as far as the pieces that you testified to, as far as fitting them mechanically together, all of those pieces then fit mechanically onto the taillight housing taken from the defendant's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Okay.
Nothing on that.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Vaillier, you are all set. Thank you very much.
All right. Who is our 54th witness?
Joyce, do you want to take your morning break now? Or wait? Yeah, people are saying yes, so we'll take the morning break now.
Okay.
All right, to the court,
right.
please.
All right. So let's just double check that there's nothing here with the attorney.
So I'll see counsel for a second at sidebar, please.
Okay.
Still in session?
Sidebar. Come see me at sidebar. Okay. So now we're caught up. Let's get some questions here. That redirect was, in my opinion, ineffective. But cross-examination was really good. Once again, I mean, the fact that he pointed out, let's see here, like right away, dirt and debris wasn't tested. Several apparent hairs were not tested. Like, we don't know if those are human hairs, if those were animal hairs. There's information here that was not gathered. That's very interesting. Several pieces of red apparent plastic and one piece of clear apparent plastic that was loose, not embedded in anything. And all of that came in with Trooper Michael Proctor. And all of this stuff kind of came in a little bit later. It was all dropped off 6 weeks after the incident happened. Where was this evidence? In the meantime, was it, sitting in the trunk of his car? What was going on there? What was happening here? This is all important stuff that needs to be figured out. And the prosecution having these holes in their case in chief is not going to fly. Let's see here. Also, the Rubber Duck 77, thank you so much for the super chat. How does discovery work in this case? How much surprise can actually happen in court? No surprise. So those Hollywood moments, you know what, let's do this. Those Hollywood moments that happen, you know, in TV shows and movies of like, all of a sudden there's this surprise that the other side had no idea about. That's a problem. You've got to have discovery that is turned over to the other side. When it is either discovered or when they have requested it in discovery ahead of time. You know, there was that issue with the photos of what's her name? Katie McLaughlin, the paramedic. There were photos that they had that they hadn't turned over. There's a dispute as to whether or not they should have turned those over. Generally speaking, we've got you know, a responsibility by both sides to hand over evidence. And that should be handed over long before trial begins. Now, I've seen on Twitter and elsewhere some pieces of evidence or some indications with pleadings that the prosecution particularly has handed over evidence to the defense like super late, like during trial. That's very strange to me personally. So we've got
you are unmuted.
We've got some movement here. So I'll continue talking though. We'll get these questions done before we continue with the testimony. CC Strong became a YouTube member. Thank you so much for joining joining Bike Club. Sorry, can I talk? I can talk, right? Let's get these words out of my brain and into my mouth. Thank you so much for becoming a member of Bike Club. Welcome to Bike Club. Very happy to have you here. Hope you can join us along with the others on Friday for our members only live stream, 10 a.m. East Coast time. And thanks so much for supporting the channel. Sonia D, Legalbytes, didn't he also say he found 6 to 7 pieces? And she's saying way more than that. So initially that was Trooper O'Hara said that 6 to 7 pieces were found on that first day on January 29th, like 8 hours after, you know, he was found and brought to the hospital and all that kind of stuff. Already an unsecured crime scene. So the defense is already pointing that out to the jury. Then on top of that, then there are all these other pieces that are found and bigger pieces that are found. It's just so strange. Mike Olson. And yeah, it went from 6 to 7 to 45 pieces. Yeah. Mike Olson, Legalbytes. Internally, the rumor is that they do have 100% of the pieces if true, if true, what would that mean in your opinion? Is it possible to find 100% of the pieces like that? I think it's possible depending on the hit. I mean, because it's, you know, this kind of plastic is not meant to shatter in this way, right? Because it's supposed to be able to withstand to a certain extent, quite a bit, you know, that bumpers are what get hit first, right? You're more likely to have to hit something with your bumper than other parts of your car. That's why we have bumpers and all that kind of stuff. So taillights being on the edge like that, you know, they're made so that they don't shatter quite so easily, which is another point that is helpful to the defense here, because, you know, what sort of conditions had to have happened in order for this taillight to have broken into so many pieces in this way. Again, the prosecution has to explain that because it's their burden here. If they don't, then there's reasonable doubt as to how this happened and how Karen Reed would have been the one to kill him. So, you know, but I can also see a situation where it broke and then she drove with the SUV out to Dighton. It was towed back. Maybe some pieces fell off on the road, you know. So for there to be some missing pieces is not worrisome. If they do have 100% of the pieces, I can also see why that would be the case too, because of the way that these taillights are sort of made. Craig Tracy, Legalbytes. Maybe the reason why Proctor is so late to be called is that Lally's giving him time to tailor his testimony. Maybe Lally actually thinks that his testimony would be you know, would actually be most helpful to the case. I'm not sure. And that maybe they want to end on sort of a strong note here. Let's see here. Let me just make sure I capture all of these. so that we can get all the questions here. Okay. Moving on down the line. Ickes, this would be a stretch, or this could be a stretch, but since it has since it was dark, her lights would have been on. Maybe the plastic was heated from the bulb and melted deeper into the snow. I don't think so. I don't think it produces that much heat, but folks can correct me if I'm wrong about that. Mike Olson, is it possible that CW doesn't want the case, got more or less forced to bring it to trial, and now he's doing the minimum to not look like he is corrupt? I don't know. I mean, if we're talking about the prosecutor, like the DA himself, Morrissey, who we haven't seen because he's the DA, he's on the witness list because the defense seems to suggest that he's in on this conspiracy that they have as a theory. But if you're referring to Lally, I don't know, maybe. I don't know what his personal motivations are, but my guess is he has every intention of zealously advocating for this case for the prosecution as well, just like any other case. Buttercup 203 question: can Yannetti say previous witness testified it was a small hole at 5 a.m. that morning, Carrie, or not? No, that's an argument to be made at closing argument, because that would just be for the purposes of like arguing with this particular witness. That's not particularly helpful. But on cross-examination, on closing argument, however, that is absolutely a point for the defense to be making, to say, look, Carrie Roberts testified that she saw a hole. She said that she saw a small hole. She didn't say that it was completely shattered in this way. Like, what in the world is happening here? So yeah, I fully expect them to point out these kinds of inconsistencies and tie it all together very, very neatly with a bow. Baz 80s question: is Yannetti getting close to looking like he's bullying a scared/nervous witness? Well, I think his style is just, his manner of speaking is just kind of like that, but I don't think that he looked that way personally. I don't think so. He had some moments where the witness kind of responded nervously, like, was that a question? And Yannetti responded like, yes, I'm so sorry. I was supposed to add on like correct or right, and I didn't. And so, you had these moments here where Yannetti had a little bit of charisma with, in his response that indicated a little bit of a softness to kind of put the witness back at ease a little bit. So I don't know. I don't think he was bullying. Or to me anyway, it didn't look that way. Let's see here. Alok Sar Sidaran, thank you so much for the super chat. Is Yannetti or Jackson the better defense counsel for cross-examination? Don't worry about it pronouncing my name. Can't be worse than Trooper Bukhenik. Fair enough. I do, as someone with an ethnic name, though, I do try to get those name pronunciations correct. So anyway, well, I think that they both have slightly different styles. I love Alan Jackson's style, but I don't think that Yannetti's a bad cross-examiner either, though. I think that he also is a very skilled attorney here, and I think this cross-examination is an example of it. I think he did a fantastic job here. Baz 80s, Legalbytes, do we know if anyone in J.O.'s family have changed their stance on Kara's guilt or innocence? I have no idea. I have not known, since the beginning how the O'Keefe family feels about Karen Reed or about, whether or not they think that she is guilty or not guilty. I don't know. So I have no information about any of that. It would be interesting to know, but I don't know. Link space or LANC space. Either way. Do both sides know the order of witnesses for the other side ahead of time, or just the list of witnesses? They probably have some heads up, I think, because I think that they are, talking with the judge of like, who they anticipate, over the next however many days. They've got some kind of advance notice. But yeah, they've got a little bit. More than we know, at the very least. DJ D, DJ 637. Has anyone explained the missing Sallyport CCTV footage yet? No, we have a suggestion from the defense on cross-examination that there is missing footage from the Sallyport. That's all we have, is that suggestion. So we don't even technically have evidence of the Sallyport footage missing. So because the witness that he was cross-examining, I can't remember if it was Jackson or Yannetti, one of them was cross-examining a witness and asked, like, are you aware that there's missing footage from, between certain hours of the Sallyport footage? And the witness, it may have been Higgins actually, and he was like, no, I'm not aware. So that's technically not in evidence. But maybe we'll get it through somebody else. Stephen Horton question: is a search warrant only required for inside a property or also needed for curtilage? Would one be needed here anyway? No, there's not one needed for like the outside for this part, because they know that something has happened, on this portion of the property. Yeah, there definitely is a different standard for curtilage versus inside the house. In even like the immediate area, like right outside the walls of the house. So there's, like I said, different standard. A much lighter requirements for picking up evidence from curtilage. Honest Mike question: do lawyers respect each other across boundaries? Like, will Lally hate Jackson and Yannetti after this, or do most lawyers understand and respect defense lawyers? I don't know. It really depends on how this case has sort of developed over the months and years, because that can have an impact. You can get into some very heated argument in court and then go, walk outside and shake hands with the other attorney on the other side and grab a coffee and talk, like that can always happen. Or you can have a case where absolutely every time this other opposing counsel shows up in your inbox, you just like want to throw something at the wall because you absolutely detest this person. I have had both experiences with opposing counsel. It really depends on personality. It also depends on how miserable they've made your life unnecessarily so, beyond what's required for litigation purposes. So either one is a possibility and really depends on the circumstances here. Mike Olson, obviously you didn't do your homework. You have to listen to those pods before next trial day, or I might not allow you to graduate. Seriously, would love your thoughts about him, the ex-DEA. Okay, yes, I did see that show up on my YouTube feed, so I will have to do that. I apologize, Mike Olson. Thank you for the reminder. I'm gonna have to check that out for sure. All right, I think I've got all of the questions here. I apologize if there are any that I missed, but I should be caught up now. Okay, let's get back to the testimony and to our next witness.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Ms. Christina Hanley to the stand.
Okay.
Christina Hanley. Okay, another one from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
Step right up there. Just watch your step for me.
You saw this with the evidence given to the court and jury, the answer the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I think we did this too.
It's on the lowest setting.
I really need you to keep your voice up.
Okay.
All right. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Sure. It's Christina Hanley. Hanley is spelled Hanley.
And what do you do for work, ma'am?
I am a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long have you been at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
I have been there for approximately 16 years.
Now, ma'am, if I could ask you just a little bit about your educational background, starting with where did you go and what, if any, degree did you receive regard to your undergraduate?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry with a concentration in Forensics from Merrimack College.
And then after receiving those degrees from Merrimack, where did you go from?
I began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in 2008.
And from your work there in 2008, what did you do next?
So I began as a chemist 1 in the drug identification unit. Once I completed my training in there, I was promoted to a chemist 2. In 2009, I transferred into the trace unit as a chemist 2, which is the equivalent of a forensic scientist 2 currently. And in 2017, I was promoted to a forensic scientist 3 in the trace arson and explosives unit.
And if you could describe for the jury sort of the difference between a forensic scientist or a chemist 1, forensic scientist 2, forensic scientist 3 within your lab.
Sure. So forensic scientist 2 is considered like a bench analyst working on casework.
Hey, Ms. Hanley, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up really loud, okay?
We're going to be hearing a bit more of
A
this.
forensic scientist 3 is a unit supervisor, and I also perform casework.
And how long is it you've been a forensic scientist 3 or a supervisor within the trace unit?
I have been a supervisor since 2017 for approximately 7 years.
Keep your voice up, please.
Now, Ms. Hanley, with reference to starting in general terms with the trace unit, if you could describe to the jury what is the trace unit and what type of analyses are done.
Sure. So the type of examination that we do in the trace arson and explosives unit, I examine and compare trace evidence such as paint, fibers, hair, glass, tape, miscellaneous items, and I also do physical match examinations as well as serial number restorations on firearms.
What type of training did you receive at the lab?
So I received in-house training as well as some external training. The in-house training consisted of required readings, exercises, observing other analysts working on casework in the lab. I was required to successfully complete a written exam, a competency test, and a mock trial.
And if you could describe to the juries sort of what your duties and responsibilities are with your current position at the lab.
Sure. So I'm responsible for the daily operations in the unit, training other new analysts in the unit. I perform technical and administrative reviews of case files. I also work on casework, like I had mentioned, examining trace evidence such as paint, fibers, hairs, glass, tape, miscellaneous items, and physical match examinations and serial number restorations on firearms.
Now, is your lab, the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, is that accredited somehow?
Yes, it is.
And can you describe to the jury what that accreditation means, essentially?
Sure. So an accreditation, it's a formal recognition that the lab is in compliance with certain accreditation requirements.
And is the lab that you work for, is that currently up to code or up to speed with regard to accreditation?
Yes.
Now, as far as you mentioned that you work as a supervisor and review other people's casework, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when it comes to this specific area, as far as trace analysis or comparison of items, who, if anyone, reviews your work?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of that.
Sure. When it comes to this type of analysis, as far as comparison of items, who is it that reviews your work?
So depending on the type of case, currently we do have an external technical reviewer who is authorized to perform that technical review.
And is that external review, is that essentially as a result of there's no one else at the lab that can do what you do?
With some of the disciplines that I perform casework in, I am the only one. So when I do those types of cases, we utilize an external technical reviewer.
Now, are you familiar with a proficiency test?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and how that plays into either your work at the lab or the accreditation process that the lab goes through?
Sure. So a proficiency test monitors an analyst's performance. It's a quality assurance process, and I am required to complete at least one external PT annually. Due to the multiple subdisciplines in TRACE, I do typically perform or complete more than one proficiency test per year.
And are the proficiency tests that you take, are they required by the accrediting body, ANAP?
Yes.
And have you passed each of those proficiency tests that you've undertaken over the years?
I have successfully completed my proficiency tests.
Now, turning your attention to this case, at some point, did you become involved in an analysis in reference to a lab case number 22-02184?
Yes.
And the name of the suspect on that is Karen Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
And if you could describe to the jury, again, just in a general sense, in any sort of case, when items come into your possession at the lab, how is that done, and sort of what do you do with those items when you first receive them?
Sure. So evidence is submitted to the lab through the evidence unit. It's assigned a unique lab number and barcode. The information for the case is input into our LIMS system, which stands for Laboratory Information Management System. And
If there's no objection, I'm going to move this to 1.25x. I don't think there's going to be any objection to that. It's not an offense to this witness. It is the overall questioning on direct that just moves a little bit more slowly. So let's move it to 1.25.
And a chain of custody of the items is tracked in that LIMS system. When I take an item into my custody, I then document it with photos and notes, and then I proceed with sampling and microscopic examination and instrumental analysis.
Now, specifically when it comes to, you mentioned you have a variety of sort of sub-disciplines or different types of testing or casework that you do, is that correct?
Yes.
Specifically as it applies to an analysis or an examination of items of glass, what, if any, experience or what types of cases would it be that you've looked at those types of items in the past?
So I have examined glass numerous times from a variety of different types of cases. For example, a hit and run or a B&E.
And as far as the types of, are there different types of glass that you've performed examinations on in the past as well?
Yes, I mean, there could be a variety of type of glass that I could come across for examination.
And with respect to examination of glass, what are some of the steps, or what is the process, or what, if any, instrumentality are you using to conduct your examination?
Sure. So when I examine an item that is glass, I document it with photos and notes, making general observations of appearance, color. I examine a portion microscopically and observe certain optical properties. And then I will also check to see if it fluoresces under UV light. And I also will sample it for analytical analysis using a GRIM, which stands for Glass Refractive Index Measurement.
If you could explain to the jury the GRIM device, how does that work?
Sure. So it measures the refractive index. Your refractive index. Your sample is placed into an oil of a known refractive index, and that then gets placed onto a hot stage of the microscope of the GRIM instrument. And it goes through a process of cooling and heating, and it looks for the match point temperature. And from that match point temperature, we're able to determine the refractive index of the glass sample.
Now, as far as that determination of the refractive index of a glass sample, how is that? Is that something that you're viewing, and how are you viewing it? What are you viewing it on?
It's viewed through the software that the GRIM instrument uses.
And how does that?
So I think that all of this questioning, by the way, is to set a foundation for how they could figure out that this was a cocktail glass, for example, as opposed to some other kind of glass, like from a window pane or from, I don't know, some other kind of a bottle, perhaps, or other uses for glass. So I think that what they're getting at here is that she has the background and the knowledge and the ways of testing to figure out what kind of glass this is and what its typical uses would be for. So I think that that's what they're going to be getting at some point. At some point, maybe like 5 years from now, that's the point that they are going to be getting at. But we'll see how long it takes to get there.
Here, as far as visually, when you're looking at it.
So it essentially, you watch the cooling and heating process of the sample, like I had mentioned, and it determines the match point temperatures, and it takes an average, and it then calculates the refractive index for the sample.
Now, is there another device that you utilize in the lab called an FTIR?
Yes.
And can you explain, first of all, what that term stands for?
Sure. It stands for Fourier Transform Infrared Spectrometer. Sorry.
And what is that device, and how is that used in your examination?
So it's an analytical technique that's used for certain types of analysis. Basically, your sample is exposed to infrared light, and it reacts in a certain way. And what's produced is what we call a spectrum or a graph. And it's just a series of peaks and valleys that are representative of the sample.
Now, turning your attention back to this case, 22-02184, starting with, were there some glass pieces that you examined in reference to that case?
Yes.
And what were the item numbers associated with the glass pieces that you examined in this case?
Sure. So the item numbers it was item 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14.
And if you recall, as far as starting with item 3-2, how was there any other sort of label associated with that beyond just item 3-2?
3-2 was a clear, apparent drinking glass.
And item 3-3?
Item 3-3, I believe, was the clear, apparent glass pieces recovered from the bumper of the vehicle.
And then item 7-12?
That was some clear, apparent glass that was recovered. It was recovered from the ground.
The ground at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And lastly, item 7-14?
7-14 was also a clear, apparent piece of glass that was recovered from the road.
Now, with reference to item 3-2, the drinking glass, what, if any, observations did you make or did you note during the course of your examination of that?
Sure. So it appeared to have broken, irregular edges, and that was all I had noted at that point.
Did you take measurements as far as height and width?
I did.
Do you recall what those were?
I would need to refer to my notes for that.
What's permission?
Yes, you can use your notes.
So the diameter of the bottom of the drinking glass was 2 3/4 inches. Approximately 2 3/4 inches, and it measured approximately 2.5 inches in height.
In addition to the measurements that you took, what, if anything else, did you note as far as the interior and the exterior of that glass cup?
That there was some dirt debris material noted on the exterior and interior of that item.
Now, as far as item 3-3, the apparent glass on the rear bumper of the vehicle, what, if any, observations, measurements did you take in reference to that, or how many pieces were there?
Sure. So it consisted of 5 clear pieces of apparent glass, with broken irregular edges. The largest piece measured approximately 7/8 of an inch by 5/16 of an inch, and the smallest piece measured approximately 3/16 of an inch, 1/8 of an inch.
Now, within those 5 pieces in items 3-3, were they then given each of those pieces respectively an additional label or marker?
Yes.
And was that an alphabetical one, essentially A through E?
Yes, I labeled them A through E.
Now, with regard to piece E from item 3-3, what, if anything, in addition did you do with regard to that piece?
So what I labeled as piece E, I also used the Grimm instrument for analytical instrumentation.
Now, with regard to item 7-12, or the 14 pieces of glass and clear plastic, what, if anything, did you observe in your initial observations or initial examination of those pieces individually?
So in item 7-12, it consisted of 5 pieces of clear apparent plastic and 9 pieces of clear apparent glass, all with broken irregular edges.
Now, specific to the 9 pieces of broken glass, what, if any, examination did you do of them initially?
So the 9 pieces of apparent glass were examined microscopically.
Now, lastly, with regard to item 7-14, the pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, things did you note during your initial examination of them and observations did you make in regard to
She
them?
noted nothing.
Sure. So item 7-14 consisted of 1 clear piece of apparent glass with broken irregular edges.
Now, as far as the microscopic appearance, so when you're putting something under the microscope and you're looking at, what kind of things are you looking for? What kind of characteristics are you looking for when you're examining something microscopically?
So I look at several things. So initially, I look at the color, whether there are like flat, smooth surfaces to the glass, whether it's flat or curvature. And then I may sample some more to examine under a polarized light microscope and check to see if there are certain optical properties under a polarized light microscope that are characteristic of glass.
And in addition to looking at each of these items individually, then what, if any, comparison did you do between those various items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14?
So between those items, I first examined them to see if there was a physical match between item 3-2 and item 7-12 and 7-14. And then I also did a comparison of 3-2 to item 3-3. And then I also compared item 3-3 to 7-14 for possible physical match. And in addition, I also sampled some pieces for use for examination on the GRIM instrument.
Let me ask you, just as far as classification goes, are you familiar with the terms as far as a class characteristic versus an individual characteristic?
Yes.
Can you explain what those terms mean and how they relate to each other within your specific forensic field?
Sure. So a class characteristic is when a material can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics. Like for example, fibers or tape. An individual characteristic is when a material can be associated with a single source, for example, a physical match.
Now, with reference to your analysis between items 3-2 and 7-12, what, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from your examination or comparison of those items?
Sure. So, right, there are several items that I'll just have to refer to my conclusion, if that's okay, on my report.
Yes, you can go ahead and look at your notes.
Yes. So item 3-2 was found to have a physical match with 6 of the pieces of clear apparent glass from 7-12. But there was no physical match with the 3 other pieces from 7-12.
Based on that physical match that you determined, what, if any, conclusions can you come to with regard to those items that were physical?
Sure. So item 3-2 and the 6 pieces from 7-12 were at one time together as one unit. So then item 3-2 and all 9 pieces from item 7-12 were examined microscopically. However, there was no physical match found with the piece of clear glass from 7-14.
So, I also want to say this, that we've gone through a lot of evidence so far that's like 7-14, 2-15, things like that is important for it to be documented in this way that is very methodical and routinized for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. This all has to be organized in a way so that they can keep track of it for obvious reasons. But when talking about it with a jury that doesn't really have reference points, is just hearing these numbers one after another, it's like it starts to kind of wash over you with just detail after detail. So, it would be helpful to the jury and the rest of us, quite frankly, if, Lally had some other ways of identifying these objects so that, we could kind of distinguish and differentiate and track along with them what it is that they're talking about. It also would be helpful to have visuals of these things. Maybe at some point he will be introducing some photos, just like he did with the last witness. Maybe not just like the way that he did it with the last witness. There are ways that he could have improved upon that entire process. But, it's just, it would be helpful to be able to follow along if there were other ways of being able to identify these objects so that we can actually track what the heck it is that they're talking about.
Item 3-2 and all 9 pieces of clear apparent glass from 7-12 were examined microscopically, but no physical match was found with 2 of the pieces from the clear apparent glass from item 3-3.
Now, with reference to item 3-3 and item 7-14, what, if any, comparison examination were you able to do in reference to that?
Sure. So item 3 so two of the clear glass pieces from 3-3 were examined microscopically. No physical match was found with the piece of clear glass from item 7-14. One of the pieces that I had labeled as piece E from item 3-3 was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties with examined portions of the piece of clear glass from item 714. So accordingly, the examined portion of the piece of clear glass that I labeled as E from item 3-3 could have originated from the examined portion of the piece of clear glass from item 714 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Now, Ms. Hanley, you used a term in there as far as instrumental properties. Can you explain to the jury what that term means and how it relates to your examination in this case?
So the instrumental properties, that's referring to the Grimm analysis that I did. So in comparing the refractive index from 3-3 versus 7-14.
So the clear apparent glass from item 3-2 that was recovered from the scene was a physical match for 6 pieces from 7-12, which were additional glass pieces found from the scene, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Sure. So the the drinking glass from item 3-2 was a physical match for 6 of the pieces from item 7-12, which was glass recovered from the scene, correct?
Correct.
And then the 2 of the pieces from item 3-3, or one of the pieces, excuse me, piece E from 3-3, which was from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle, was consistent with a piece of clear glass from 7-14, which was found on the ground, correct?
Correct.
Now, Ms. Hanley, in addition to that trace analysis that you performed with regard to the glass pieces, what, if any, other, excuse me, additional examination did you do with regard to items of debris?
Sure. So I also examined item 3-1 and 7-18.18.
Now, starting with item 7-18.18, what, if any, other description did you have as far as what that item was or where it came from?
So 7-18.18 is scrapings, trace material recovered from the victim's clothing.
And that would be both an orange T-shirt and a gray long sleeve shirt, is that correct?
Correct.
And those particular items, as far as the debris, that was provided to your unit within the lab by whom?
I believe it was Maureen that did the scraping of the clothing and transferred to our unit for further examination.
And that would be Maureen Hartnett, is that correct?
Yes.
And then as far as what, if any, items, the other item was 3-1, is that correct?
Correct.
That was the actual sort of taillight housing from the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And according to your notes, who, if anyone, provided that piece of evidence to your unit or to your lab for that comparison purpose?
I would have to double check who, I believe it was Maureen, but I'm not, I would have to double check in my.
Go ahead. You can go ahead.
Okay. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. It was Trooper Christopher Moore that had that item delivered to the lab.
Now, with reference to item 3-1, the passenger side taillight from the vehicle, what, if any, observations or things did you note in regard to your sort of initial examination of the taillight?
So I did notice that there were portions of the taillight, portions that were clear and red that had broken irregular edges. It appeared to be that there was damage to it.
Now, with reference to your examination just of the taillight now, what, if any, instruments did you utilize in the course of your examination of the taillight?
Sure. So during my examination, I used a stereo zoom microscope, a polarized light microscope, a comparison microscope, as well as a FTIR with a microscope attachment and a microspectrophotometer, also known as a microspec.
Now, the Grimm and the FTIR, I believe you've already discussed in your testimony. As far as the microspec is concerned, can you explain to the jury sort of what that instrument is and how it's used and how you used it in this examination specifically?
Sure. So a microspec is used to examine items that have color. So essentially, your sample is exposed to visible light, reacts in a certain way. Some of the light gets absorbed, some of it gets transmitted, and we get a spectrum, and it's representative of the dye or pigment in the sample.
Now, with reference to item 7-18.18, that being the debris from the victim's clothing, what, if any, observations or measurements did you take in reference to that particular item?
Sure. So I noted that there was some clear plastic material, as well as some red plastic material. And I would have to refer to my report for exact measurements of those items.
You can go ahead and do that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the piece of clear plastic measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. And the largest piece of one of the red plastic pieces measured approximately 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece from that measured approximately less than 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch.
As far as measurements go, as far as your examination, as far as the lab is concerned, is 1/16 of an inch sort of the bottom row as far as measurements go?
Yes,
So if something is less than that, it's just sort of noted as less than 1/16 of an inch. Is that correct?
yes.
And with regard to that debris, the clear and red plastic from the debris, what, if any, examination or what, if any, instruments did you use to conduct your examination just of those pieces?
So I examined a portion of the clear plastic, as well as one of the pieces of the red plastic. I examined them microscopically, and I analyzed portions instrumentally using an FTIR and a microspec.
And based on those examinations, starting with the clear plastic material that you observed, what, if any, conclusions did you come to with reference to comparison of the clear plastic material to the taillight housing?
So the clear plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties with the examined portion of the clear plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the clear plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the clear plastic from item 3-1 taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
Now, similarly, with from your examination of the red pieces of plastic in the taillight versus the red pieces of plastic contained within the debris, what, if any, conclusion were you come from your examination of comparison of those items?
Sure. So the examined portions of the red plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, instrumental properties with the examined portions of the red plastic from the taillight, item 3-1. So accordingly, the red plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic from item 3-1, the taillight, or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. May I have one moment, John?
Yes. Actually, Mr. Jackson, before you begin, why don't,
Yes, ma'am. I have no further questions, John.
right? Actually, Mr. Jackson, before you begin, why don't I see you vote the side motions?
Sorry. Elaine, your mic. Sorry. Okay. Let me go back to the beginning. I'm so sorry, guys. this is what happens when I have snacks. So Michelle said, do you have to be an exceptional lawyer to work for the state, to be the lawyer that the state chooses to represent? Because this guy's horrible. So, so let me back up and kind of explain like what happens, for any kind of a lawyer hiring, whether it is the DA's office, the public defender's office, or any kind of a firm across the board. It's really going to depend on, the economy, whether places are hiring, whether they are not hiring. And so the DA's office is a great place to start if you want trial experience. Same thing with the public defender's office. Anywhere or any sort of a criminal defense firm, anywhere that works criminal law, generally speaking, is a great place to start off with actual trial experience. Civil litigation, less so, but there are opportunities for trial in those firms as well. So, to be hired by the DA, do you need to be an exceptional lawyer? A lot of times it can depend on what law school you went to, whether it's a higher ranking law school. If you are able to get your foot in the door because, you know someone who works there, you're able to sort of make your case to them as to why they should hire you. There are various ways of doing that. It's not necessarily to be an exceptional lawyer. You can also be hired directly out of law school to work as an assistant DA. It's a great place, like I said, to cut your teeth with trial experience. So, you don't necessarily need to be a star attorney to be hired there. And in fact, a lot of people do start their legal careers after law school at a DA's office or at a public defender's office. However, I have seen around Twitter, I think Ian posted it or reposted it, that someone found that Lally actually has quite a bit of experience here. And not just with like other types of criminal trials. I think he's done some murder trials as well, is my understanding. Like, in fact, he's gotten some awards for his work at the DA's office. I think he's got like over a decade, like 15 years, 20 years, something like that. So, he does have some experience and he's gotten some awards for his work. Whether that is, displayed in this particular trial, I don't know if this is just different than what he's done in other cases, or if this is, an example of his work that he's done in other cases. I don't know. I'm not particularly, I've talked a lot about my criticisms of his work here. We don't need to keep hammering on that, but you guys know how I feel so far. But like I said, he's not exactly a newbie. That may be surprising to a lot of people. I can see in the chat there are some people who are quite surprised. But yeah, okay, let's continue with the cross-examination here.
Jim, I guess I'll take it back.
Your may I approach the court magistrate with just a moment to get VP for identification?
Which one?
Victor. Thank you. May I inquire? Yes. Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Beth. Well, almost afternoon, Ms. Hanley.
Good morning. Yeah.
I'd like to show you a document just to begin our conversation this morning, if I may. May I approach?
Yes.
This has been previously identified as EV, as in Victor. And I'd like to ask you, first of all, to take a look at that and tell me if you generally recognize what that document is.
Yes, it appears to be a chain of custody of several items.
Okay, and is that a chain of custody document reflective of the crime lab's case number in this case? Sort of a clumsy question. Do you understand what my question is?
It is the chain of custody for 22-02184.
And is that the case number that the Massachusetts State Crime Lab, Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab is still assigned to this case that you're testifying about today?
Yes, that's correct.
And you've seen reports like this before, correct?
Yes,
They're routinely used in the crime lab to track evidence and maintain chain of custody, at least at the crime lab. Is that right?
that's correct.
And the information contained in the report is entered at or near the time of the event that's memorialized.
Yes,
Okay. And it's relied on generally by the crime lab as a business record, correct? As a record of the events memorialized.
yes, it's a record of the chain of custody of items within the lab.
Okay. And my question is it relied on by the lab for truth and accuracy, as best you can maintain it, to track items of evidence within the lab?
Yes, it does track items.
So all of this about that the crime lab relies on it. It's done as a business record. This is routine business. This is everybody relies on this thing because it's so important. I feel like he's about to point out this is completely worthless. There's no way that anyone can possibly rely upon this because of XYZ. Get ready for it.
And the information contained in the report is presumed by you and other supervisors at the lab to be accurate. Is that right?
Yes,
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of VB as an exhibit.
Objection.
See that, we'll see you at sidebar.
Okay, see me at sidebar. Speaking of seeing me at sidebar, if you guys haven't done so already, the excuse me, the mods have put into the chat, and there's also a link in the description to the merch store. We do have some merch saying "See me at sidebar." So if you guys are interested, we've got a number of pieces of meme merch
No, I'm sorry, Your Honor, my
this.
request at sidebar is reserved.
Yes,
Thank you. May I inquire?
yes.
Ms. Hanley, I want to draw your attention specifically to the glass pieces that Mr. Lally asked you about. Would you agree that there's a lot of numbers that were discussed, correct?
a lot of,
I compared 3-2 to 7-12, and sub A, B, C, and D of 712 were compared with 3-2 and 3-3. A lot of numbers, right?
yes, there are a lot of numbers, items.
Okay, I want to try, if I can, see how well it goes, to clear that up and categorize those.
Sure.
Perhaps, would you agree that we could put the items that you compared and examined in your analysis in 4 categories: 3-2, the cup or the glass; 3-3, the bumper glass; 7-12, the 9 pieces of glass recovered by a trooper named Bukhenik at the scene; and 7-14, a single piece of glass recovered by a trooper named Proctor at the scene. Would you agree that those 4 categories are basically what you analyzed between and among each other?
Yes, there's 4 total items.
Okay. And within those items, there were some subcategories of items in some of those, correct?
Yes, because some of the items just had multiple pieces, so they were labeled just to keep track of the pieces.
Okay. So if I could ask you to take those one at a time, pardon me, 3-2, under that column, visually, that would be a single item, just the cup, correct?
Correct.
3-3, under that single item, the bumper, there would be 5 sub-items, A, B, C, and D, and E.
Yes, that's correct.
Public school education. Under 7-12, the third column, there's 9 pieces, correct? A, B, C, D, E, F as in Frank, I, K, and L are the 9 glass pieces, correct?
Correct.
They're close to being alphabetical, not quite toward the end, right?
Correct. I would have to look at my report for the exact letters, but
Sure, go ahead and look at your report.
so the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass were labeled as A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
Okay. And then, of course, the last category would be 7-14. That's a single piece of glass that was recovered at the scene by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Objection, Your Honor, just.
So I'm going to see Counsel at sidebar for just a minute on this.
Okay. She's like, you're being too clear in your explanation here, in your questioning. The jury's having too easy of a time to follow. Can you mix things up a little bit? I'm kidding. That's not what they're discussing.
Category we were
Oh,
talking.
sorry. Going back.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, so the last category we were talking about, 7-14, that was a single piece of glass, correct?
That's correct.
First of all, I'm going to ask you to take your comparisons one at a time, if I can. You compared the cup in 3-2 to the 9 pieces recovered at the scene. A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L, correct?
Is that 7-12 you're talking about?
7-12. Thank you.
Sorry, can you say the letters again? I just don't know if I heard all of them.
A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, L.
Yes, that's correct.
Of those pieces that I just mentioned, the cup was a match to A, B, C, D, F, and K, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Pieces E and I were compared to each other, and you matched them, correct?
So I believe I'd have to look further in my notes, but I believe E and I were found to fit together by,
Properties, meaning mechanical properties.
yes, but I would have to check my notes, but I believe it was the previous analyst that looked at 7-12 that found the physical match between E and I.
But that wasn't you?
Is it okay if I look at my notes?
Sure, I don't want to get bogged down, but yes, please.
I think what we really care about is whether or not they are a physical match to one another. Like whether that was actually notated down, because he's going somewhere with this. And yes, this is, you know, what I said earlier with all of these technical numbers getting thrown at the jury about, okay, yeah, you guys want normal speed. We can go back to normal speed on this one because he's a bit more of a fast talker. But, you know, this is what I was talking about with these evidence pieces that are labeled as 7-15 or 2.17, you know, like these things that are just like, they just kind of, they roll over so easily. You know, they roll over somebody's head so easily is what I'm trying to say. Can I go over somebody's head? Can I? Yeah, just words are having a hard time sometimes. But you guys get what I mean, right? Like you get, you know, caught in the weeds, and then it gets very hard to pay attention and distinguish between these various things. But, you know, the way that Alan Jackson's doing this right now is so much more clear. You know, hey, you've got A through L minus G and J for some reason, but you know, A, B, C, D, F, K, we're all a match together. Okay. Now E and I, those match together. That's what we're talking about now. So now like we're able to sort of group these things much more easily to sort of understand where is he going with this, but we're able to at least track him as he's going down that road. This is so much easier to be able to follow. So as she's looking through her notes, fast forwarding.
List in the trace
sorry.
7-12.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so item 7-12 was previously examined by another analyst in the trace unit. Specifically, E and I received, when I opened this item for examination, E and I were taped together because they were found to have a physical match by the analyst who previously examined the item.
I think that's what we care about.
Great. Importantly, E, I, and L, however, were not found to match the cup in 3-2, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You also compared the cup in 3-2 to the 5 items recovered on the bumper in 3-3, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again.
You also analyzed the cup in 3-2 against the 5 items, A, B, C, D, and E in 3-3, the bumper glass, correct?
See, again, referencing it like the bumper glass, we can tell that this is glass that was found in the bumper. Like that's helpful for us to
I
understand what
did
they're talking about.
examine, I compared item 3-2 to 2 of the pieces marked as A and B from item 3-3.
And those
Which
were
was-
deemed not to match the cup, correct?
Correct.
And you did not analyze C and D, correct? I'm assuming that's because of size.
So the rest of the items were not used for physical match examination due to size and condition.
So as you sit here, none of the items on the bumper were deemed to match the cup, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you did end up analyzing one of the items on the bumper, item E as an echo, and you analyze that against the single piece of glass found at the scene in 7-14, correct?
Correct.
And you used both, well, you used a variety, it sounds like, of analyses, including microscopy, UV light, the glass refractive index, GRIM process, correct?
That's correct.
You also use the FTIR, is that right? Infrared spectrometry?
That's incorrect.
Okay, you did not use FTIR in this analysis.
I did not.
Okay, but in the analysis that you did use, you found that there was a match between item E on the bumper and the single piece of glass in 714, correct?
They were found to be consistent. They are found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties.
Okay, so importantly, you also compared the single piece of glass in our sort of visual column 4, 714, that single piece of glass to the cup. You found that it didn't match, correct?
Correct.
All right. So lastly, you tested the single piece of glass found in the 4th column, 714, against the 9 pieces of glass found in 712, A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L, correct?
I did compare item 714 to item 3-2 and the 9 pieces in item 7-12.
So another way to put that would be you analyze column 4 against column 3 now, correct?
I examined them for a possible physical match.
And they did not match, correct?
There was no physical match to item 714.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Okay.
Interesting.
Want to show Mr. Lally? what
Okay.
you have?
How's he going to
Sure.
tie this all together?
I'm looking for the one that was already labeled, and I don't have it. May I approach the clerk magistrate and ask if he's got WW by chance?
No, I do.
May I borrow that from the court? Thank you. I'd like you to take a look at that document. Just glance it over for a second and let me know when you've had an opportunity to study that.
All right. We'll fast forward through her.
You've taken a look at that.
Okay. I thought it would take longer.
Okay.
You've taken a look at that single page document.
Yes.
Does that appear to accurately reflect in sort of a visual manner what you just testified to about your analysis of each of these pieces, irrespective of the text on the item, just the analysis of the items specified in that document?
I'm not quite sure what. I've never seen this before. I'm not quite sure what.
I think you have to move along, Mr. Jackson, for all the reasons we talked about at sidebar.
I understand. My question is a relatively simple one. Is this and if you don't understand something on the document, just say so. Is this a visual representation, an accurate visual representation of what you just testified to in terms of what matched and what didn't match? Where the green matches, the circle with the red through it doesn't match?
I would need to go through my conclusion and compare to confirm.
Fair enough. It is accurate to say, we'll use a cheat sheet for a second. It is accurate to say that the cup was not found to match any items that were found on the bumper. That's correct, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Also, it's fair to say that the piece recovered under 714, the single piece of glass recovered under 714, does not match either the cup, nor does that piece match any of the 9 pieces in 712, correct?
And you can look at your notes if that's easier
What
for
he's
you.
basically testified to so far.
We just want the right answer, Mr. Jackson, right?
Of course.
So
That's all I want.
take your time with your notes if that's easier for you.
So in other words, what he's getting at is that there are several different sources of glass here that have been gathered at this scene.
So I'm sorry. Can you just repeat the last
Of course.
question that you asked for?
The single piece of glass under 714 neither matches the cup, nor does it match any of the 9 pieces found in 712. In other words, it stands alone.
And 14.
Sorry.
So that's correct. So
Okay.
714, there was no physical match between 714 and 3-2 or any of the pieces in 7-12.
Thank you for that. And then my final question is, the only piece of material, glass material, that was recovered from the bumper, item E, the only thing that any piece on that bumper matched was the single piece of glass found in 714. Correct?
So piece E from item 3-3 was the piece that I examined microscopically and instrumentally. It was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties with 7-14.
And that's the only piece of material on that bumper in that section. In other words, in 3-3, that matched anything else in your analysis. The piece that was found singularly at under 714, correct? The only match.
Yes, it was found to be consistent.
Thanks. That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Okay, redirect.
Ms. Hanley, within item 7-12, there were 9 pieces of glass and 5 pieces of plastic, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the comparison analysis that you're conducting is concerned, why is it, as far as the pieces of plastic are concerned, why is that not part of the comparative analysis?
I did not examine the plastic pieces for physical match because there were no other plastic pieces for comparison for physical match. So I examined the glass pieces for possible physical match.
What are some of the differences between, from an elemental standpoint, as far as plastic versus glass?
Plastic is it's a type of polymer. A different type of analysis would be conducted if I was examining plastic versus glass. Something like a plastic, something that we refer to as anisotropic, or glass is isotropic. So they are different types of material.
So anytime we do a redirect, what we're looking for is to just sort of shore up some points that have been made on cross-examination. And you do that by giving greater context, that, you know, there's only so much that was allowed to be answered on cross-examination, or, you know, you ask for some explanation of something that, you know, helps to just give a different perspective of what came out on cross-examination. I have no idea what Lally is doing here with this redirect. This is what has been happening so far on most of his redirects. There have been some, I've pointed out in the recaps that there have been some, you know, where he has actually made some points on the redirect. But what are you even getting at here? Are you trying to put the jury back to sleep again? Because now this is the prosecution that's getting up and asking questions. You don't want to be training them to be doing that, but that's so far, generally speaking, you know, 54 witnesses in for the most part. So I don't quite know where he's going with this redirect.
Now, as far as characteristically speaking, from plastic and or glass, what are some of the commonalities of those items as they're found in general?
Objection.
Beyond the scope?
Yes.
Sustained.
Now, again, from the drinking glass that was recovered on scene, that was a match for 6 of the pieces of glass that were found on the roadway or on the ground at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
I believe it was 6. I just would have to confirm in my
Go
report.
ahead and you can go ahead and look at your notes.
Yes, it was 6 pieces from 7-12.
And then it was piece E from item 3-3 from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle that was found to be consistent with clear glass that was found on the ground at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Nothing further.
Anything?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, thank
Next
you
witness.
very much, Ms. Hanley. You are all set.
And we've got one question here, which I will answer. Let's do this right now, real quick. Elborate, are the reports from the crime lab evidence the jurors can review? I don't believe that those have been admitted into evidence. Generally speaking, reports are not admitted into evidence. However, other business records, for example, like the chain of custody logs, things like that, that are typical business records, those often, can be reviewed. They often are admitted into evidence. Actually, they've got photos of these records that were admitted previously. We saw those on screen, for example. So those would be admitted, but the actual reports, this is why you have a witness come in to testify. The only reason that she was able to look back on them was to refresh her recollection as she was testifying, because, she was kind of struggled to remember some of these details, but, knew that was sufficiently reliable to refresh her recollection as she was testifying. So, so generally speaking, no, those are not going to end up with the jury. All right. Who's our next witness?
Nope, that can say.
And also, Sonia P, to clarify, is Jackson trying to say that someone put glass on a bumper that did not match the glass from the scene? I mean, I think that's ultimately what they're going to be suggesting. But right here, he was limited to these glass pieces don't match, as in, like, these don't all come.
Your
from
next
the same
witness,
piece.
Mr. Lally?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Okay, they're going to approach. So what his point was, these are all from different pieces of glass. So, we don't necessarily know that this is all coming from the same place, or at least we do know that they aren't coming from the same item. So what are these other pieces of glass coming from? We don't know. Link space or LANC space. And the ME that examined John's body is a witness, right? Yes, the medical examiner is on the witness list for both sides. So, I mean, if the defense doesn't call the medical examiner, we've got a huge problem here. Not defense, the prosecution. If the prosecution doesn't call, because that's some very important elements for causation, and for, how he got those injuries that he has on his body, they need evidence so that they don't end up taking away, what am I saying? That's very important so that the defense does not get this case dismissed before they even put their case in chief on. All right, fast forwarding.
Bukhenik to the stand.
Sorry, gotta get that witness. Which one?
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Sergeant Yuriy Bukhenik to the stand.
Oh,
Okay.
That's who it is.
And I do
You are
have that
unmuted.
envelope, Mr. Lally. I have
Okay.
it.
Yuriy Bukhenik. Let's all be respectful of the name. We don't need to use the name that others have given him. As someone with an ethnic name, I want to be respectful of this poor guy.
You solemnly swear the evidence of the court and jury in the case down here should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, sir. My name is Yuriy Bukhenik, spelled Yuriy, last of Bukhenik.
So,
And how are you
Bukhenik.
employed, sir?
I'm employed by the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper with the state police?
I've been a trooper since 2012.
And what, prior to being employed as a trooper with the state police, excuse me, what, if any, other employment or background do you have as far as law enforcement is concerned?
My law enforcement career began in 2003 when I graduated from the military police school in Fort Leonard, Missouri, while I was enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. From there, I was stationed at Quantico, Virginia, with the Marine Corps Presidential Helicopter Squadron. I provided security for the presidential helicopter and assets, attaining a top secret Yankee White clearance. I was promoted meritoriously to corporal and sergeant and had a platoon of 44 Marines. From there, I was stationed in Canton, California, where I was a patrol supervisor on base as a military police officer. Once my enlistment ended, I decided to come home and pursue a law enforcement career here in Massachusetts in the communities that I grew up in. I first worked for the VA Hospital Police, where I attained a secret clearance, which was a requirement of the employment. After that, I worked at the Attleboro Police Department in uniform patrol, as well as the SWAT team with Attleboro, Massachusetts Police Department. In 2011, I applied for the Massachusetts State Police, graduated, and worked at the Sturbridge Barracks, Millbury Barracks, and Foxborough Barracks. In 2015, I was selected to come to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office with the detective unit and worked homicide cases as a trooper. 2021, December, I was promoted and took on a supervisory role within the unit.
Now, with respect to your work within the unit of the detective unit at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to your work there?
I've attended numerous homicide conferences, training in various aspects of digital device analysis and investigations in major crimes, homicides, drug investigations, and so forth.
Now, were you working in that capacity with the State Police Detective Unit on January 29th, 2022?
I was.
And were you on call that day?
I was on call as a supervisor.
Now, can you explain to the jury as far as the on-call system within the detective units? Well, let me ask you this first. What, if any, duties or responsibilities do you have as a sergeant or as a supervisor with reference to on-call duty and sort of how that works?
As a supervisor on call, responsibilities include answering the detective that's on call, any questions that might arise. Obviously, we don't all have the same experience, so we put our heads together, and if it's a situation or case, a scene that they have not been exposed to before, they call the supervisor for guidance, suggestion, or bounce questions off of them in order to help them navigate that case.
And who was the on-call detective on this particular date of January 29th?
January 29th, the morning hours up until 7 a.m., it was Trooper Michael Proctor.
And do you know Trooper Proctor?
I do.
And how long have you known Trooper Proctor?
Since he came into the office in 2019, I believe it was September, October 2019.
And have you supervised Trooper Proctor sort of throughout his work within the office?
I have supervised him throughout my supervisory position. So his entire time in the office, while I was a supervisor, I've supervised him directly, yes.
And as far as that on-call system or that on-call rotation is concerned, how is that determined, or how does that sort of come into existence?
The on-call system is formulated, it's compiled the month prior. So, for example, if it was December, beginning of December, the troopers in the office would submit their days requesting not to be on call due to trials, training, personal reasons, or vacations they had planned. Those days are submitted in the beginning of the month, and then if it's in the beginning of December, for example, the on-call schedule for January is then compiled a month in advance, really.
So these are generated well in advance of whatever specific date a trooper is on call, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the detective unit within the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, who, if anyone, is your supervisor?
Currently, my supervisor is Lieutenant Fanning, and the unit commander is Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully.
And that sort of pecking order, if you will, was that the way that it was set up in January of 2022 as well?
Yes, it was.
Now, on this morning of January 29th, 2022, at some point, do you get a call in the morning, and from whom do you initially get a call?
I received a call approximately 6:44 in the morning or so from the H Troop headquarters, which is the field headquarters for the Metro Boston area, which also covers our county. And they advised me that there was a body in the snowbank in Canton. I asked for further details and advised them that I was not on call, but I would call the on-call trooper and let them know that there was a call-out requesting their assistance.
This is interesting because he says he got a call at 6:44 a.m., basically alerting about this whole situation. And yet the CERT team wasn't alerted until like 2 or 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. To go and do the search. I wonder if there's some sort of bureaucracy that explains that long lead time in between, or if there's something else. I don't know.
So that's what I did. I called Trooper Proctor and advised them to contact Canton Police.
And following that initial contact that you had from the H Troop and then your call to Trooper Proctor, what happened then?
Trooper Proctor began making phone calls, gathering information.
Sustained. Next question.
What was the next thing that happened as far as your involvement was concerned?
I was advised of the circumstances under which the body was located and what was transpiring. And I told Trooper Proctor that I would start shoveling out during the blizzard and then proceed to meet him in Canton to begin our investigation.
And where was it that you and Trooper Proctor first met up on that particular morning?
We met at the Canton Police Department.
And do you recall approximately what time it was that you arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 9:15. Due to the amount of snow that was on the ground, the time that it took me to shovel out the main roads, actually no roads were plowed at the time during my track. So I decided to drive my personal truck to Canton Police Department because it was a 4-wheel drive and meet Trooper Proctor there.
Now, as far as your personal truck versus you have a work vehicle as well?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that the truck is 4-wheel drive. What is the difference between your personal truck and its capabilities in weather versus the work vehicle?
Well, at the time, there was approximately 10, 15 inches of snow that had accumulated already. My work vehicle is a sedan, low to the ground, low clearance, front-wheel drive. It would not be able to navigate the road conditions at the time. My 4-wheel drive vehicle is higher clearance from the roadway and was able to navigate the conditions at the time.
And sir, when you arrived, so at approximately 8:22 in the morning or so, where is it that you were at that point in time, if you know?
At 8:22, I would say I was still blowing the snow out of my driveway, clearing the path for my truck to leave the driveway.
And when you arrive at the Canton Police Station, you mentioned that you met Trooper Proctor there. Do you recall who arrived first?
Trooper Proctor was in the parking lot in his vehicle, and I pulled in, backed in next to his, and we walked in together into the police department, I believe.
And when you walked into the Canton Police Station on that morning, sometime after 9 a.m., where is it that you went? Who, if anyone, did you talk to when you first got there?
We walked into the police department, were guided to the detective department division of the PD, and we met with the detectives from Canton and Sergeant Good, who was the uniform patrol sergeant and having been the first responder to the scene as well.
Now, without reference to anything that was communicated between the two of you, at some point prior to getting to the Canton Police Station, did you have conversations with Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I did.
And did Trooper Proctor make you aware of conversations that he had had with other people prior to getting to the Canton Police Station?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that. It's a yes or no.
Yes,
Sergeant.
And so you get to the Canton Police Station, you and Trooper Proctor then proceed to talk to Sergeant Good, is that correct?
that's correct.
And again, without any reference to what was said to you by Sergeant Good, he relayed some information to you as well?
That's correct.
No, I'll allow that.
That's correct.
And if you know about how long was the period of the conversation that you had with Sergeant Good at the Canton Police Station?
The conversation with Sergeant Good was probably 25 to 30 minutes. He walked us through his,
Next question, please, Mr. Lally. I'm going to stop you from answering that, Sergeant.
yes, Your Honor.
So Sergeant Bukhenik, as reference to, at some point, did you learn the name of the body or the person that was found on the lawn on Fairview Road?
Yes, I did.
Who did you learn him to be?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
And in reference to where Mr. O'Keefe's body was at that point, what, if any, information did you receive about that?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
We learned that Mr. O'Keefe's body was transported to the hospital, Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And in reference to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, who, if anyone else, were you told had been taken to that facility as well in relation to your response that morning?
Karen Reed.
I'll allow that.
The defendant.
And just to be clear, at some points over the course of your investigation, have you had interactions with Karen Reed?
Yes, I have.
And to be clear, when we say, as far as Karen Reed, the defendant, you see her in the courtroom today.
Yes, I do.
Can you identify just as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated between her legal defense team wearing the white blouse.
Your Honor, does that the record reflect identification of the defendant?
Yes.
So upon having that conversation with Sergeant Good at the Canton Police Station, where is it that you and Trooper Proctor went next?
From the Canton Police Department, we proceeded to the McCabe residence.
And that was over on Country Lane, is that correct?
That's correct, number 12, Country Lane.
And when you arrived there, as far as transportation to that, is it you and Trooper Proctor in the same vehicle?
Yes, I made the decision to drive us. That way we only take one vehicle. In addition to Trooper Proctor being able to make phone calls and facilitate other logistics as necessary, allowed him that freedom to do so while I operated the vehicle in the dangerous snow conditions.
And the snow conditions that you were talking about as far as clearing out your driveway, the drive to the Canton Police Station, did those conditions persist throughout the day of the 29th?
Yes, they did.
And so you make your way over to the McCabe residence, again, without anything that was said. Who, if anyone, did you speak with at the McCabe residence that morning?
We first spoke with Miss Jennifer McCabe. We then spoke with Mr. Matt McCabe. And then we spoke with Mr. Brian Albert.
And with reference to each of those conversations, were they done collectively or separately, or how were those interviews conducted?
Each interview was conducted separately. We first interviewed Miss Jennifer McCabe with request of Mr. McCabe to give us privacy. He proceeded upstairs. Once we were done with that interview, Mr. McCabe came downstairs, and Miss McCabe gave us the same courtesy. And once that interview was over, Mr. Brian Albert had arrived, and we interviewed him briefly.
Is that sort of the typical process of how at least your unit conducts interviews with respect to civilians?
Yes, with cooperating civilians, we typically advise them that we schedule an interview. We proceed to their location of convenience and separate them and get their version of recollection of events that we are inquiring about.
Now, after you spoke with those three individuals, so yourself and Trooper Proctor at the McCabe residence, where is it that you and Trooper Proctor went next?
We proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And where within the Good Samaritan Hospital did you go?
We went to the emergency department.
And within the emergency department, were you led to a specific room?
Yes, we were.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you were in that room?
Once in the room, we observed Mr. O'Keefe's body on the medical bed or gurney. And his clothing, which had been cut off of him, were on the floor at the foot of the bed, a couple of feet away at the foot of the bed.
Now, first, with regard to the clothing, what, if anything, did you do with regard to that?
After viewing Mr. O'Keefe's body, we proceeded to identify the clothing items and bag them into evidence bags, notating which item and a brief description about each item of clothing.
So let me ask you just a little bit about that as far as that process is concerned. So when an item of evidence is collected by you or by your units during the course of an investigation, is there sort of a policy or a protocol, or how are things, what do you do with things when you collect them and take them into custody and evidence?
If we deem an item to be of evidentiary value, we identify the item, we take a brief description of it, and we label the evidence bag with that description. We notate who's taking the item into custody, typically who located the item, the time that it's located, and the location from which it was seized or taken or collected.
And
So I definitely want to, I'm very curious to hear if there's going to be some kind of an explanation as to what happened with things and other things between when they bagged it on January 29th, 2022, and then March 14th, 2022, 6 weeks later, when that was ultimately brought in to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. Where did it go in between? I'm hoping we can get some kind of an answer. I don't know if we're going to be able to get it through this witness, but if we can, then that's going to be helpful one way or another.
with regard to items of clothing, is that something that would be placed in just one big bag of clothes, or like how would those be packaged in evidence bag?
Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, which was already in one big pile on the floor, we packaged all.
Okay, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
I'm going to answer this really quick. Stephen Horton has a question about, is today a full day and what else do we have this week? Today is a full day. Today's a full day. Tomorrow is a half day. It should be ending tomorrow at like 12:30, I think she said. Friday, no trial. So we will have Bike Club members only live stream on Friday morning, 10 a.m. East Coast time. So yeah, today is a full day. All right. And now we will fast forward through this. This must be hard for the family to listen to, of course. Revisiting the testimony of, him being identified and all that kind of stuff. That's hard. Okay.
And so I'm sorry, Sergeant Bukhenik, when you come into the hospital room where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, there's clothing items that are on the floor, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall how those clothing items were in relation to each other, in relation to the floor?
They were positioned on the floor in a pile stacked on top of each other, and they were in the condition of being soaking wet.
And with respect to those clothing items, do you recall what those clothing items were individually?
Yes, sir.
And what were
They were a plaid pair of boxer underwear. It was a orange colored design print t-shirt. It was a blue pair of Lucky brand jeans, a belt, two-tone gray, light, thin, hooded sweatshirt, and a right sneaker, black in color with white design and a Nike brand.
And how many sneakers were there contained within that property?
One right sneaker.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the condition beyond them being soaking wet?
I also recognized, due to the aroma and visual observations, traces of vomit on the clothing.
That's interesting.
And with regard to those items that you observed on the floor, what, if anything, did you and or Trooper Proctor do with reference to those clothing items?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Once we went through the clothing, we collected each item and put it into a large evidence bag. We double bagged it due to the wetness of the clothing, so it would not seep through. We also identified the fact that there was only one sneaker. So I requested that Trooper Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe from 34 Fairview to the hospital and have them once again check their ambulance to see if there was another sneaker inadvertently left behind in the ambulance vehicle.
So the part about vomit is interesting. It's kind of interesting that they didn't say anything about that previously. The witnesses that had testified, or the witness that had testified to examining the jacket for holes and seeing the red-brown spots that indicated blood, there wasn't anything in that testimony about vomit. It's interesting that this is the first time that we're hearing about any kind of vomit, like on the clothes. So common for head injuries, of course, whether that happened because he was hit by a car and hit his head on the ground, or that was because he was in some kind of a fight. That's either one is possible with the presence of vomit. But okay, Heather asked, maybe I missed this. Paramedics said vomit. Okay, I missed that. I did not pick that up myself, but if they said that, then they said that. So interesting. Okay, let's continue.
Now, prior to sort of physically touching this or any other piece of evidence, what, if any, other sort of precautions do you take prior to handling, tactile handling any piece of evidence?
Anytime we handle evidence, which obviously we take great caution not to destroy, alter, or discard any evidence, we also put on gloves in order to help preserve that item.
And in reference to these items or items of anything of evidentiary value that you seize as evidence, once you take it and secure it into an evidence bag, what happens to it from there?
Once it's secure in the evidence bag, it is sealed and logged into our evidence storage facility at the office. And then as necessary, it is signed out, shipped off for processing, review, or court proceedings.
And as far as that sealing is concerned, how are bags or boxes of items of evidentiary value, how are they sealed?
And a stop and
Once
drop
the bag
of
is-
course.
I'll allow it. I'll
What-
allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once the bag is sealed, we utilize tape, typically red or yellow tape. Once it's secured, we initial and date the tape on the edge. That procedure helps identify the time and date it was sealed and by who with the initials.
And then once that bag or box is sealed, if that bag or box is subsequently opened at a later time, what, if any, notation or what, if any, recordation of that is made?
Anytime a piece of evidence is signed out for review, it's logged in the tracking system. In addition, anytime a piece of evidence is open, with a container being the bag or a box is open and the tape is cut, it is then resealed, reinitialed, and dated by the trooper or an individual who's signing that evidence out and then returning it.
Also, so all of this is getting to chain of custody evidence. The prosecution wants to show that this evidence had a proper chain of custody, because the defense has introduced those questions through previous witnesses saying, okay, well, you received these items, but you don't know what happened to these items before this point, right? Like, you weren't there when they were collected. You weren't there when they were, sealed in evidence bags. If they were sealed in evidence bags, not all of them were. But basically introducing those sort of questions that, look, you don't know what happened necessarily with the chain of custody. So here, what they're doing is laying that groundwork to say, yes, of course, there is a chain of custody that we are supposed to follow, and we did in fact follow it, and here's all the steps that we took to follow it. So it might seem kind of boring, or it might seem kind of pointless to some people, but this is important to try to establish trust in these various pieces of evidence.
As far as the evidence bag or box is concerned, when it's been opened, is that something that is noticeable based on the sealing and resealing of that particular receptacle?
Yes, sir. It is definitely noticeable, and it's noted in the systems.
Now, with regard to, you mentioned or made some mention earlier in the testimony in regard to evidence storage facilities at your office.
Yes.
Can you describe what those are and who, if anyone, has access to those evidence storage areas?
Within our office, we have 2 troopers that are designated as evidence officers. Those individuals have access to the secure rooms designated strictly for evidence storage. Those rooms are inventoried and kept under not just lock and key, but also digital access control and alarm systems. They are the only ones that have access to those facilities, in addition to our unit commander. But I'll tell you that our unit commander does not access that room without the evidence officers. I myself, even as a supervisor, do not have access to that room.
You don't have access to that evidence room, is that correct?
That's correct.
Trooper Proctor, is he one of those evidence officers? Does he have access to that room?
He does not.
As far as at the time in January of 2022, who are the troopers within your office who did have access to that?
In January 2022, that would be Trooper Jeff Kukowski and Trooper David DeChico.
And that would be in addition to Lieutenant Tully, is that correct?
Detective Lieutenant Tully, I believe, has access to it, but I cannot speak to that. I just believe that he does, as a unit commander, to facilitate any next assignment.
Now, with reference to any items that you were physically present for that were taken into custody or taken into evidence, including that clothing from the hospital on January 29th and any other items throughout the course of this investigation, when they were taped and sealed, what happened with each of those items once they were taken back to your office?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Each item that was sealed, it was processed in, it was logged in, and then it was stored. After processing, it was stored in the evidence room.
Now, returning back to the Good Samaritan Hospital, within that hospital room, you made mention that you secured items and that you made observations of Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you describe for the jury, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's body, what were those observations that you made?
Mr. O'Keefe's body was laying on his back. The observations I made were of bruising to the eyelids of his face. Based on my experience and having cases with head trauma, I can tell you that during subdural hematoma,
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection.
Outside the
Build a
scope.
foundation if you can, Mr. Lally.
How would he know
Over
that?
the course
He's not
of
an expert.
your work with this unit in particular, if you know about how many homicide or let me step into it this way. As far as your work within this unit, as far as it's concerned, what, if any, jurisdiction does the State Police Detective Unit of the District Attorney's Office have with reference to not only homicide, but death investigations within Norfolk County?
by statute, Chapter 38, Section 4, each county, the district attorney's office is provided jurisdiction over all death investigations. As a result, the law enforcement entities that are assigned to that Norfolk or that district attorney perform the investigations. In Norfolk County, those individuals are members of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to the State Police Detective Unit within our office.
And so as far as death investigations, what exactly or what type of investigations would that encompass?
Death investigations that we have jurisdiction over are all unattended deaths. Unattended death means that a physician, a doctor, is not overseeing the individual that passes. Those deaths would be suicides, homicides, overdose type deaths, natural deaths, accidental deaths,
Right.
and so forth. Any type of death that is not overseen by a doctor at a medical facility or in a hospice type situation.
So as a result of your assignment to this unit and that sort of exclusivity of jurisdiction over unattended deaths within Norfolk County, if you know approximately how many death investigations have you been a part of over the course of your work with the State Police Detective?
Over the last 9 years, I would venture to say it's over 500 death investigations that I was a part of.
And Sergeant, over the course of your involvement within those investigations, if you know how many of those investigations involved some indication or some type of head trauma?
Scores of investigations that involve some sort of head trauma.
And through the course of your investigations, in those cases that have involved scores of head trauma, have you been privy to information as far as medical findings, autopsy reports, things of that nature in relation to those prior investigations?
Yes, sir, I have been.
Now, with regard to your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, with regard to his eyelids, what if any observations did you make, and what if any? Well, let me start just with physical observations. What if any physical observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe's face and body in general?
His face, I observed the swelling and the discoloration being produced through the blood pooling in the eyelids.
Yep, so just your observation, so the swelling and discoloration.
Move to strike. That last part.
I'll strike the remainder of what you've said.
I also observed a cut to his nostril and an eyelid, which was very small in size, which would have been produced by a...
Objection.
Yeah.
So
he can't testify to what he thinks caused these injuries because he's not a doctor. He's not, even though he investigates these kind of things all the time, he's seen all kinds of head trauma. Like he is not medically trained, so he cannot testify to what he thinks could be the causation for these things. We've got to get that from a doctor. We've got to get that from a nurse. We've got to get that from somebody who has gone through the proper training for it. So, he keeps wanting to testify to what he thinks caused it, but he can't.
we'll leave it at that. Next question, Mr. Lally.
Based on your training experience, what if any conclusions or what if any opinions that you have in regard to the swelling around the eyes?
Objection.
Yeah, I'll see you at sidebar here.
Yep. She's like, you got to stop asking for his opinion. You're requesting for him to speculate because it's outside the scope of his expertise. He's not here as an expert. He's not here giving some kind of medical testimony. He does not have the requisite background to give the testimony that you are trying to get out of him. So knock it off. That's probably what she's saying here on this side, the sidebar.
Yes.
So Sergeant Bukhenik, with reference to your prior death investigations, have you had occasion to make observations of bodies that there was a later determination of some sort of subdural hemorrhage?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Have you made those observations? Have you been part of those investigations?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
And what you observed in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, was that consistent or inconsistent with what you had observed on those prior investigations?
Objection.
That I'll allow.
It was consistent.
Now, in addition to the...
I really don't think that he needs to go down this route. Just get it from the doctor, get it from the medical examiner. Like that's what you need. You don't need this state trooper to testify about what he thinks happened, whether there was a hemorrhage that happened in his brain or something to that effect. Like you don't need it. So why keep pushing for it is annoying. And in my opinion, it's highly inappropriate for this witness to be testifying to that kind of testimony, regardless of what his opinion is. And maybe he's right. Maybe he's seen enough of these injuries that he tends to be fairly correct more often than not about, the causation of it. It doesn't matter. He's not a doctor. He's not a nurse. He's not a nurse practitioner, a registered nurse, or a medical examiner. So, it is inappropriate for him to be testifying as to what he thinks is the causation. It's just totally inappropriate.
Injuries that you observed to Mr. O'Keefe's face, what, if any, injuries did you observe to his extremities?
His extremities produced abrasions to his upper forearm and lower bicep area on his right arm.
And just as you use that term, I'm not asking for any sort of medical definition, but as far as you use that term abrasions, what do you understand that term to be?
I understand that term to be a injury sustained through blunt force trauma or friction to the epidermis of the skin, where a crushing of the vascular system occurs and produces that type of sign on the skin.
And from your observation of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, which arm was this again?
It was his right arm.
And as far as your observation of those injuries to his right arm, what, if any, as far as the consistency of those injuries, what, if anything, did you note or observe in reference to those?
Objection.
Consistency with what? With the,
Let me rephrase it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How were the
that's vague.
abrasions that you're describing positioned in relation to each other?
Each abrasion appeared to me to be linear and concentrated in a specific location on the arm. It didn't go any further north of a point and did not go any further south of a point. So it was concentrated in the elbow, a few inches below the elbow, a few inches above the elbow on the right arm.
Now, while you were at the Good Samaritan Hospital, did you endeavor to speak with Ms. Reed?
We did attempt to, yes.
And was she present at the hospital at that time?
No, she was not.
And at some point subsequent to that, did you receive, or what, if any, information did you receive as to her whereabouts?
We were made aware that she was located at 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton at her parents' home.
And where did you go from the Good Samaritan Hospital once you left from there?
We proceeded to that location.
Now, sir, with reference to the items of clothing that you recovered from the Good Samaritan and Mr. O'Keefe's, do you have those items of clothing with you here today in court?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to retrieve those items and display those items.
okay, are they in the courtroom?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, yes,
May I approach?
yes.
All right. So we're bringing in some evidence here.
So we talk, if we go a little past, okay. Jurors, if we go a little past 1, my intention would be to still just take a half-hour lunch today and come back. So I'd rather just go through this if we could.
Okay. So
Sergeant,
it means we're going to be a little bit behind.
Recognize that?
That's okay.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The sweatshirt from the hospital room where Mr. O'Keefe was located.
And Your Honor, the call will seek to introduce and admit that as the next exhibit.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson?
Sort of need to see what's in the bag before I can object, but on
So-
principle, no.
What's in the
All
bag?
right, so you've received photos of all of this, right?
I assume what's in the bag is what's been photographed, but until I see it, I won't know.
All right, so let's go ahead and open it.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Okay.
No objection.
Mr. Lally, why don't you come take the bag? Yes.
Put it back in the bag.
It's in evidence, and we'll put that back in the bag. Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I need you another item, sir. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It says it's a one orange T-shirt.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the witness could remove that item and display for the jury as well.
Yes.
I can only imagine that that still smells pretty bad if it had vomit on it. Okay, so we can see it does exist.
No objection.
Okay.
Was it 4:38?
All right. All right. We're gonna.
Yes, it's the right sneaker recovered from the hospital room.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the witness could remove that item from
Yes.
the bag. Display for the jury.
Yes. Stop asking. Hurry up.
Okay.
Okay, they are going to approach. So we are going to fast forward while they hold a conference at side by. Okay, now he's taking out that one sneaker.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Yes, thank you, sir. If you could return that to the back, please. I'll introduce in minutes. Your Honor.
Yes, I'm going to look.
No objection.
Thank you.
May I approach one last time? My apologies.
Your Honor, I guess I should have said no objection with what we discussed.
I understand.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
One last item from that set. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's a bag containing a blue jeans, black belt, and plaid boxer shorts.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness remove just the jeans and the belt from the back?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, this basically is just showing the jury these physical items do exist. They're here. You can examine them. They're in evidence. You know, this is just the process of introducing these into evidence and showing the jury these actual things. They're not just in 2D in photos. They actually do exist in 3D. So it just gives some concreteness to it. I expected that these were going to be introduced at some point in the courtroom. So there's the jeans. He's going to show the belt. He's going to leave the boxers in. That's fine. We don't really care
You can
about
return that to the back, sir.
the boxers.
Your Honor, call them off the seat to introduce.
Don't
in
need to
minutes
see
the next
them.
exhibit.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. So are you not displaying the third item, but it's going into evidence? Or is it just the jeans and the belt going into evidence?
The jeans and the belt into evidence, Your Honor, with the court's permission.
So we can mark the bag and we'll remove the third item during a break.
Yeah, not on camera.
Thank you.
Yeah, protecting a little bit of dignity of the
All right,
victim,
so
of
Sergeant,
course.
you'll be with us this afternoon. Why don't we take our lunch and recess? It's only going to be about a half an hour.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so folks, we'll see you back here, let's say no later than 1:40, okay?
Okay, 1:40 p.m. is going to be the start of testimony once again. So, all right. Okay, let's see if there's anything else between judge and the attorneys. No, she's stepping down. Okay, cool. So now we've got the fan spinny. All right, we're going to pull this up here. And we've got just a few questions and then we'll break for lunch. We'll come back to the afternoon stream. So I'll get these questions. We'll end the stream. Then this will redirect right into the next one, but I will be throwing out some links on social media regardless, in case people don't get connected on the redirect. It's not always successful. It's a pretty good system on YouTube, but not always. So, excuse me. I shouldn't be coughing right into the mic, right? All right. John Smith, sorry. Do these state witnesses seem not intelligent that they can't answer simple defense questions? How can you not answer which trooper delivered the material? How can you not know if glass matches? I think that it's because I don't think that it's indicative of like lower intelligence or anything like that. I think that these particular witnesses, the forensic witnesses, were more used to sort of testifying or thinking about these objects and these things in a very particular kind of way. It does seem it is a little bit aggravating that they were not, answering just a pretty simple, what seems like a simple question to us. She could have testified, for example, like I don't independently recall whether or not like who brought this in. Then that could have been something where David Giannetti could have said, well, okay, would it be helpful if I showed you something to refresh your recollection, showed you an image of the evidence bag, for example, to refresh your recollection. And then that could show that it was Trooper Michael Proctor, or perhaps allow the witness to look at her notes from her own work with the evidence, that it would have been indicated there. It's like it could have been a lot simpler that way, but I don't think that witness was trying to be difficult. I think that she just had a very standardized way that she has, thought about this evidence and whatnot, that isn't necessarily helpful for testifying, to explain it to other people that are less familiar with it. And I think that was also indicative on, or there was an indication of that throughout her direct examination testimony with the way that she would explain things. So, okay. And yeah, so that basically is kind of it. Mike Olson, will it be a rebuttal phase? Would love Jackson to ask Jen why her first thought was that J.O. might have gone home with Chris A from the bar, even though she saw him outside the house with KR. So that's not something that would be available as a question for rebuttal testimony. So, the defense or the prosecution, they can't just bring up a new or bring up a witness that has already testified and kind of cover the same stuff that they've testified to. If they are going to be brought up on rebuttal, it's to testify on something that came up with a later witness that did not afford the parties, at least one of the parties, the opportunity to ask about a particular subject matter. For example, the only one that I can really think of at this point is Katie McLaughlin, who testified relatively early on. Then we got other, photos that came in, other testimony that came in that talks about her relationship further with the Alberts. It's kind of a subject that was covered, but there's more new information that came in that could be opportunity for the defense to question her about. For example, these other events that she went to that had photos of her with Miss Albert, the daughter Albert. I'm totally blanking on her name right now, but it'll come up. Christy Albert? No, that's not it. It's something like Caitlin Albert. That's it. So yeah, this other indications of like, them having been to other events that weren't covered in the cross-examination, possibly, maybe, I don't know. The judge might not go for that. But you can't just bring them up to ask them further about the same subject matter that they've already covered because you maybe forgot to ask a question or maybe didn't go as far as you could have. But if that's within the defense's strategy, choices, things like that, that's kind of like their own loss. They can't then go and revisit that later. Like I said, unless there's something new that comes up. Jerry Roth, Legalbytes isn't contaminated evidence by not changing gloves between handling. And there was another question here from Pitbull Crew. Is he cross-contaminating them? I don't know that we can really say that. Obviously, these have all been tested for DNA and all that kind of stuff. I think that when they were originally bagged, they were also bagged together. So I don't know that there's that much of a risk of that. But Yeah, I don't know, but jury might be thinking that kind of stuff too. They might be looking at that and saying like, well, like, hang on, is this what you do with all of the evidence when you receive it? Is you wear the same gloves and then maybe transfer some contact DNA between, from one piece to another. Those could be independent thoughts that the jury's thinking as well. So, your questions on that are also illuminative. So, all right, so that is all the questions. Let me just double check to see if I've missed anything here. I don't think that I have. Let's see here, just kind of going up through. I think that's everything. Okay, folks, we've got about 20 minutes until the next stream should start. They tend to start after the lunch break. They tend to start a little bit after the judge says. So as soon as we've got a live feed up, we will be going live once again. I'm going to go and have a snack in between, and then we'll go from there, of course. But thank you so much to everybody for joining me. This has been absolutely wonderful. Today was less. I mean, there was some pain involved today, but there was less pain today than there was on day 19. I mean, even still,
It's been 84 years.
it's been long, right? It's been long. It's been a long trial so far, long prosecution case in chief. So anyhow, before you do head out, please do hit the like button. It does help us, and also poll. Okay. I just remembered that. I don't know if anybody has mentioned in the chat, but let's see here. Poll results going into day 20. Which way do you lean regarding KR's murder charge? 77% said not guilty. 16% said need more information. 5% said guilty. And that is a result of 1,700 people voting. So really good numbers on that poll in terms of like the number of people that are voting. 77%, 16%, 5%. It's very similar numbers to what we've been seeing so far. And not much has moved the needle for or against the prosecution here in terms of them proving their case. People have so far kind of remained where they've been for a bit, which is very interesting to see. We will see if that changes. For example, when we get to the defense case in chief, maybe it will. I mean, particularly that 16% that need more information. It wouldn't surprise me. But anyway, thank you to everybody for joining me. Thank you for all of the folks that super chatted, folks that bought memberships for themselves and for others. All of you for joining me in the chat on replay. Those who are lurking and listening in, I absolutely love it. I really appreciate all of you guys joining on this fun journey. And of course, as always, thanks to the mods for helping to make sure that folks are agreeing and disagreeing in a way that is helpful so that we can all get to the truth with a capital T. All right, folks, that for me about does it. I will, I'll see you guys in the afternoon stream. See ya.